Have you ever looked at someone in a position of power and thought, how on earth did they get there? We've all witnessed it. People who seem thoroughly incompetent rising to positions of authority while more capable individuals remain stuck in the shadows. Think of history's Emperor Nero fiddling while Rome burned, or more recently, corporate leaders like Elizabeth Holmes building a multi-billion-dollar company on technology that never worked. It's a pattern so common it feels almost deliberate. But what if it is? What if there's a twisted logic behind why the least qualified often end up with the most influence? Today, we're diving into one of history's most misunderstood political philosophers, Niccolo Machiavelli, and his brutal insights into why stupidity and power so often go hand in hand. But this isn't just ancient philosophy, it's a psychological phenomenon that shapes our world today, from corporate boardrooms to political offices. The uncomfortable truth, sometimes being smart is exactly what keeps you from gaining power. And understanding this paradox might be the key to recognizing the manipulative forces operating in our society, or even helping you navigate your own path to influence. In the 16th century, Florence, exiled from the political life he loved, Niccolo Machiavelli penned what would become one of the most controversial political treatises in history, The Prince. Unlike the idealistic political philosophers before him, Machiavelli wasn't concerned with how rulers should behave in a perfect world. He focused on how power actually worked in the real one. Everyone sees what you appear to be, few experience what you really are. This statement cuts to the heart of Machiavelli's thinking. He understood that perception often matters more than reality when it comes to acquiring and maintaining power. And herein lies the first clue to our paradox. Appearing competent is often more important than actually being competent. Machiavelli observed that rulers who display too much intelligence often create problems for themselves. Why? Because intelligence usually comes with certain traits that can be liabilities in power struggles. Traits like nuanced thinking, ethical considerations, and self-awareness. Consider what happens when a genuinely intelligent person enters a power structure. They tend to see complexity where others see simplicity. They acknowledge limitations where others make sweeping promises. They question themselves where others project absolute confidence. In settings where bold assertion trumps thoughtful deliberation, these intellectual traits become handicaps. Look at the contrast between someone like Socrates, who questioned everything and was ultimately sentenced to death by the Athenian democracy, versus populist leaders throughout history who rose to power by offering simple, absolute certainties. Socrates' famous, "I know that I know nothing," wisdom made him a philosophical giant but a political failure. Meanwhile, countless leaders have risen by claiming they alone have all the answers. A controversial 2017 study from the Journal of Management suggested something that might make you uncomfortable. Intelligence correlates positively with leadership effectiveness only up to an IQ of about 120. Beyond that point, additional intelligence actually becomes a hindrance to leadership emergence. The researchers suggested that exceptionally intelligent people struggle to connect with and influence others who can't follow their complex thinking patterns. Think about that. Being too smart might actually prevent you from gaining leadership positions in the first place. Whether or not you buy into that study, it challenges us to rethink what kind of intelligence actually helps someone gain power. But raw intelligence isn't the only factor at play. If intelligence can sometimes be a liability in power games, what qualities actually help people climb the ladder? This brings us to a psychological principle that explains why we so often follow the wrong people. Have you ever noticed how the loudest voice in the room often becomes the most influential, regardless of what that voice is actually saying? This phenomenon has deep roots in our psychological makeup. In the 1990s, psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger identified what we now know as the Dunning-Kruger effect, the cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge dramatically overestimate their competence while genuine experts tend to underestimate theirs, aware of how much they don't know. The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool. Shakespeare captured this principle centuries before psychology gave it a name, but Machiavelli would have recognized it immediately as a fundamental truth about power dynamics. Modern research confirms this bias operates in leadership contexts. A 2020 study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that individuals who displayed overconfidence were more likely to be perceived as leaders by their peers, regardless of their actual competence. The appearance of certainty was more persuasive than demonstrated expertise. Consider figures like George Armstrong Custer, whose supreme confidence led to catastrophic military decisions, yet earned him rapid promotions and devoted followers. Or look at the tech industry, where founders who speak in absolute visionary terms often secure massive funding over more measured, experienced entrepreneurs. WeWork's Adam Neumann exemplified this. Despite a shaky business model, his unshakable confidence helped him attract billions in investment and cult-like following. This pattern repeats globally. Japan's Masayoshi Son of SoftBank lost $70 billion on failed investments, while maintaining investor confidence through sheer force of personality. Russia's oligarchs rose not through competence but through connections and confidence during the post-Soviet privatization. Singapore, by contrast, built safeguards specifically designed to prevent confidence from trumping competence in leadership selection. In 2012, researchers from Stanford and the University of Houston found that narcissism, not competence, may be the strongest predictor of who emerges as a leader in unstructured groups. The groups led by narcissists didn't perform better. They just thought they did. Why does this happen? Our brains use mental shortcuts when evaluating others. Confidence signals competence. Decisiveness suggests clarity of thought. These shortcuts served our ancestors well in straightforward environments, but become problematic in our complex modern world, where genuine expertise often involves acknowledging uncertainty. This confidence illusion explains how incompetent individuals might initially rise to power, but there's something even more insidious at play, a mechanism that helps them entrench their position throughout entire organizations. Machiavelli observed something crucial about power structures. Incompetent leaders tend to surround themselves with even less competent subordinates. In The Prince, Machiavelli wrote, "The first method for estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him." What Machiavelli understood was that weak leaders deliberately select weaker subordinates to ensure they never face threats to their authority. This creates a cascading effect where incompetence becomes institutionalized. Dr. Toma Komuro Premuzic, an organizational psychologist, describes this as competence threatening. Insecure leaders feel threatened by competent team members who might expose their limitations or eventually replace them. Instead of selecting for talent, they select for loyalty and non-threatening personalities. Think of it as a competence drought that spreads outward from central leadership. In Emperor Commodus's court, capable administrators were systematically replaced by flatterers and entertainers, accelerating Rome's decline. In contemporary Brazil, the Centrome political system institutionalizes this dynamic, where incompetent political appointees secure positions through personal connections rather than merit. African nations like Zimbabwe under later Mugabe saw a systematic replacement of capable administrators with partisan loyalists, devastating economic consequences following. This creates what organizational scientists call homophily, the tendency of individuals to associate with similar others. In power structures, this means incompetent leaders create islands of incompetence around themselves, insulated from conflicting viewpoints and constructive criticism. Ask yourself, have you ever worked in an organization where asking questions was discouraged? Where raising concerns was labeled as not being a team player? These are symptoms of this network effect in action. Yet even knowing all this, we still find ourselves drawn to leaders who offer simplistic answers. This vulnerability helps explain why incompetence continues to thrive despite our best intentions. Why do we often choose leaders who offer simple answers to complex problems? The answer lies in cognitive psychology and our fundamental need for certainty in an uncertain world. Genuine expertise is almost always accompanied by nuance. Real experts understand the limitations of their knowledge. They recognize complexity. They acknowledge trade-offs. But these intellectual virtues can be profoundly unsatisfying to our psychological needs. For the great majority of mankind are satisfied with appearances, as though they were realities, and are often more influenced by the things that seem than by those that are. When Machiavelli wrote these words, he identified something fundamental about human psychology. We crave certainty even when certainty isn't possible or realistic. Consider what happens in times of crisis or uncertainty. People rarely rally behind the leader who says, "This is a complex situation with no easy answers that will require careful thought and inevitable trade-offs." Instead, they follow the person confidently proclaiming, "I alone can fix this. The solution is simple." Look at how actual environmental scientists speak about climate change, with careful caveats, ranges of possibilities, and nuanced policy recommendations. versus how popular figures on both sides frame the issue with absolute certainty. The scientific approach, while intellectually honest, struggles to compete with the psychological comfort of simple narratives. Or consider healthcare debates. Actual medical experts acknowledge complex trade-offs in any system, while political figures offer simplistic solutions that promise everything with no downsides. Which approach typically wins public support? The simple, certain one, regardless of feasibility. In a particularly jarring 2017 experiment, Yale researchers discovered something disturbing about how we process political information. When subjects were presented with mathematically complex policy problems and solutions, their ability to correctly interpret the data was directly affected by whether the results aligned with their political beliefs. Even more striking, the most mathematically skilled participants showed the strongest bias, using their intelligence not to reach the correct answer, but to justify their preferred conclusion. Cognitive psychologists call this cognitive closure, our desire for definite answers rather than continued ambiguity. Studies show that when people feel threatened or uncertain, their need for cognitive closure increases dramatically. They become more receptive to black and white thinking, and more willing to follow authoritarian leaders who project absolute certainty. This creates a dangerous dynamic. The more complex and frightening our world becomes, the more susceptible we become to simplistic thinking and the leaders who peddle it. It's like a psychological immune system failure. Precisely when we most need nuanced thinking, we become most vulnerable to intellectual shortcuts. Ask yourself, have you ever found yourself drawn to an explanation precisely because it was simple and definitive, even when part of you suspected the reality was more complex? That's this principle at work in your own mind. While our psychological comfort with simplicity explains part of this dynamic, there's an even more troubling dimension to consider, one that reveals why intelligence alone doesn't guarantee effective resistance to manipulative power. Here's where Machiavelli becomes truly unsettling. He suggested that moral considerations often handicap intelligent people in power struggles. In what might be his most infamous passage, he wrote, "It is necessary for a prince who wishes to maintain his position to learn how not to be good, and to use this knowledge or not to use it according to necessity." While intelligent people typically develop more complex moral reasoning, this can actually impede their ability to compete for power against those unburdened by such considerations. In any competitive environment, the person willing to cross ethical lines has access to strategies that morally constrained competitors do not. They can make promises they have no intention of keeping. They can undermine rivals through deception. They can exploit fears and prejudices that others refuse to touch. Consider the contrasting fates of Cicero versus Julius Caesar in ancient Rome. Cicero, brilliant and principled, ultimately lost the power struggle to Caesar, who had no qualms about crossing the Rubicon, literally and figuratively, breaking norms his opponents felt bound to respect. In modern contexts, we see ethical candidates struggling against opponents willing to employ deception and character assassination. In organizational contexts, University of British Columbia researchers found that psychopathic traits like lack of empathy were positively associated with rapid advancement when combined with social charm. This pattern appears cross-culturally, from China's Shengnu, ruthless businesswoman, archetype, to Nordic companies where studies show that despite cultural emphasis on collaboration, manipulative leaders often outpace their more ethical peers in advancement speed. This creates what game theorists call a race to the bottom. When unethical tactics prove successful, others face pressure to adopt similar approaches or be left behind. Over time, this can transform entire systems, making unethical behavior the norm rather than the exception. Understanding these dark dynamics might make the situation seem hopeless, but not all environments equally reward incompetence and unethical behavior. By recognizing which conditions favor stupidity and power, we can begin to design systems that select for genuine merit instead. Machiavelli understood that different environments reward different qualities. Some contexts naturally select for competence, while others create fertile ground for incompetence to flourish. What determines which type of environment develops? Several structural factors. First, feedback loops and accountability structures. In environments with clear, immediate feedback about decisions, incompetence is quickly exposed. Think of a surgeon whose patients consistently die, or a bridge engineer whose structures collapse. These fields tend to select for genuine competence because failure is obvious and consequential. But in environments where feedback is delayed, indirect, or easily manipulated, incompetence can thrive indefinitely. Political systems where outcomes can be blamed on predecessors or external factors, corporate hierarchies where results can be obscured through creative accounting, or media landscapes where being entertaining matters more than being accurate, these are all fertile grounds for the incompetent to rise. Second, institutional design and power distribution. Centralized power systems with weak checks and balances create conditions where incompetence flourishes. The Soviet Union's collapse was accelerated by a system that concentrated decision-making in unaccountable hands. Conversely, Germany's dual-board corporate governance structure, which separates management from oversight, provides structural resistance to incompetent leadership. Third, information asymmetry and complexity. When success is easily measured and compared, merit tends to win. But when goals are ambiguous or success is subjectively evaluated, style often trumps substance. Men judge generally more by the eye than by the hand because it belongs to everybody to see you, to few to come in touch with you. What Machiavelli recognized here is that most people evaluate others based on surface impressions rather than deep understanding, especially in complex domains where few have the expertise to make informed judgments. Fourth, economic incentive structures. Systems that reward short-term performance over long-term outcomes create fertile ground for incompetent leadership with superficial charm. The 2008 financial crisis exemplified how incentive structures rewarding immediate profits, regardless of risk, fostered leadership that prioritized appearance over substance. Ask yourself, in your own life, which environmental factors promote competence and which enable incompetence to thrive? Understanding these structural forces can help you navigate your own path and recognize when systems are vulnerable to manipulation. Even in well-designed systems, incompetent leaders can still rise by employing specific psychological tactics that allow them to manipulate perception and neutralize opposition. Incompetent leaders don't maintain power by accident. They deploy specific psychological tactics to solidify their position, tactics Machiavelli would have recognized immediately. First, they exploit tribalism and identity politics. By creating clear in-groups and out-groups, they transform substantive criticism into perceived attacks from enemies. This shields them from accountability while strengthening their supporters' emotional investment. Psychologists call this identity fusion, when a leader successfully links their personal identity to followers' group identity. Once this fusion occurs, challenging the leader feels like an attack on the group itself, and, by extension, on followers' own identities. Consider how cult leaders like Jim Jones or authoritarian figures throughout history cultivated us versus them mentalities. In Malaysia, former Prime Minister Najib Razak exploited ethnic divisions to maintain power despite corruption scandals. Brazil's polarization under Bolsonaro demonstrated how tribal identity can override factual reality. Second, they leverage cognitive load and information overwhelm. By constantly generating chaos, crises, and controversies, incompetent leaders overwhelm our cognitive resources. When we're busy processing an endless stream of outrages, we have little mental energy left for critical analysis or organized resistance. Third, they employ what George Orwell called doublethink, the ability to hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. By constantly shifting positions and rewriting history, they create an environment where truth feels subjective and accountability becomes impossible. The vulgar crowd always is taken by appearances, and the world consists chiefly of the vulgar. When Machiavelli wrote these words, he wasn't displaying contempt for ordinary people. He was acknowledging a psychological vulnerability we all share. Our cognitive architecture evolved for a simpler world, making us susceptible to manipulation in complex information environments. Fourth, they exploit economic precarity and systemic vulnerabilities. When people are struggling economically or feel insecure about their future, they become more susceptible to leaders who promise simple solutions to complex structural problems. In post-industrial regions worldwide, economic anxiety creates fertile ground for incompetent leadership that offers easy scapegoats rather than honest analysis. Consider your own media consumption. How often do you find yourself chasing the latest outrage rather than focusing on deeper, more consequential issues? That's this principle at work. Recognizing these dark patterns is essential, but not enough. We need concrete strategies to protect ourselves and our communities from their influence. At the individual level, awareness is our first line of defense. By understanding the hidden forces that shape thought, we become less susceptible to them. This defense rests on 3 essential practices. First, we must cultivate intellectual humility, the ability to recognize the limits of what we know. Research shows that intellectually humble people are better at evaluating ideas based on evidence, not confidence. Intellectual humility functions like a cognitive immune system. It helps us resist manipulation and false certainty, just as our physical immune system protects us from infection. Second, we need to develop media literacy, the skill of discerning depth from spectacle. This means deliberately choosing information sources, questioning presentation, and filtering for quality over quantity. Warren Buffett once said, "Really successful people say no to almost everything." Apply that to information. Wise thinkers reject most noise and focus on clarity and insight. Third, we should embrace philosophical reflection, the practice of stepping back from the daily storm to examine deeper principles. Ancient Stoics recommended daily reflection to guard against emotional reactivity. In Bacon's words, the wise man will make more opportunities than he finds. Reflection empowers us to become active agents in shaping our mental environment, not just passive consumers of it. At the collective level, institutional design is critical. Systems can be structured to reduce bias, deception, and incompetence. Here, too, 3 pillars emerge. First, we need robust accountability mechanisms, structures that deliver honest feedback regardless of a leader's charm or persuasive power. Contrast a company with an independent board to one where the board rubber stamps executive decisions. The Boeing 737 MAX crisis revealed what happens when engineers' concerns are ignored in favor of profits. Accountability was absent, and tragedy followed. Second, institutions must foster cognitive diversity, the inclusion of differing perspectives in decision-making. Diverse teams aren't just socially desirable, they're empirically more accurate. They challenge assumptions and reduce blind spots that homogeneous groups tend to miss. Third, we must enforce transparency, rules that prevent complexity from becoming a shield for incompetence. Sunshine laws in government or conflict of interest disclosures in medicine make it harder to hide behind jargon or secrecy. Education ties these threads together. It's not enough to teach technical skills. We must prioritize critical thinking and ethical reasoning. Athens created the academy. Florence nurtured the humanists. Great civilizations don't just teach, they cultivate wisdom. So ask yourself, in your community, which of these protections are present, which are absent? And if we redesigned our systems around competence, humility, and truth, what kind of world might we create? As we reach the end of this exploration, we return to the man who inspired it. What would Machiavelli say about our modern predicament? Machiavelli has been misunderstood for centuries. He wasn't advocating for the dark patterns he described. He was exposing them. By understanding how power actually works rather than how we wish it worked, he believed we could create better systems of governance. It is not titles that honor men, but men that honor titles. This profound observation reminds us that authority itself deserves no inherent respect. Power must be earned through worthy use, regardless of who holds it. The intersection of Machiavellian political philosophy and modern psychology reveals uncomfortable truths about human nature and social systems. But uncomfortable truths are precisely what we need if we hope to create better futures. The path forward isn't pretending these dynamics don't exist. It's understanding them deeply enough to transcend them. It's designing systems that account for human vulnerabilities rather than exploiting them. It's developing personal practices that strengthen our resistance to manipulation. Most importantly, it's recognizing that while stupidity may sometimes gain power, intelligence, coupled with moral courage, remains our best hope for creating societies where merit truly matters. What dynamics have you noticed in your own communities? Have you seen instances where these patterns played out? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please.
God damn it,
Does he
Paul.
look like a bitch? What? Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man. Does he look like a bitch? Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir, please. I'm begging.
We're not criminals.
They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
You know, that love shit usually goes one way, the hating shit usually goes back the other way. And it's usually a motherfucker that has more power and an inspiration who does all the loving, and it's usually the one lacking that doing the hating. So everything as it should be. Now you start to communicate the real idea. Oh, you're far from stupid. All right? There's many folks on here. I know they ain't stupid. They're very clever people. They're very intelligent people when they want to be, but they're very ignorant when they choose to be.
That's you.
They want to ignore the facts, the record, the history, the words, the terms, the etymology, the sentiment, the cause and effect, the logic, where it all leads, the morality. They just want to put all that to the side because they got a feeling and a cause. That is the bane of our existence at this time. That is political correctness. That is division. And that's how our masters are gaming us on all sides, from all colors and all classes, whether you realize it or not. And that's why, for folks who are new, I call myself the Unslaved one, because I'm under this strange notion that we're all in slavery on some level, that we're all being genocided on some level. I mean, I could point to them things they're shooting in the skies. I could point to the things they're shooting in your veins. I could point to your political structures and the corrupt clowns running it that you vote for to be your daddies on all sides. There's many reasons I have, strange as I am, to believe that we're all being enslaved and or genocided, and we don't have the time, energy, and attention to sit around arguing over colorism about it. I think the fact that it's happening to everybody on all scales to different levels is the reason we should be uniting now more than ever. I'm weird like that. Does that sound familiar to any other group of people out there? Hello, anyone with me? I'll wait when it starts to become clear what the obvious dynamic is here on this land, color aside, because we're talking a culture issue, we're talking a class issue, we're talking a status issue. What we're oftentimes not doing enough of is talking common fucking sense. Mr. O'Shea?
Man, fucking nailing it, dude.
We have to hold out that, like they say, while a lot of folks use it as an excuse, we're all growing and learning here. Yeah, there's a fine line growing and learning, but just being a coward and never moving to the next level. I know that because I know me, and you're not going to convince me any different, right? Like, we're on like 3, 5, 10 years of this shit. Motherfuckers, if you're learning at this rate, you're going to be dead before we do what the fuck is minimal and necessary. The only reason that these motherfuckers need to have me in a room because I got the key to this understanding along with other folks, and we need to get this right to do the next right thing. If I have to lead in that perspective, well, then I was chosen to do that. If you motherfuckers want to lead and you want me to play second fiddle and give you the information, I really don't give a fuck about the clout and the credit. At the end of the day, this is what it's going to take to be men and to go to the next level. This is what's going to take for us to actually trust ourselves and each other, respect ourselves and each other. All right? I don't see any other way.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. A rather, I'd say balanced, I won't use a negative connotation, but rather balanced sort of entry into the non-algorithm today, right? We didn't kick the door open necessarily like we have for the past week or so, but we'll get there. And if not, maybe it's not meant to be today. Maybe we take more of a relaxed approach. You know, we got a couple people who are already talking about wanting to call in. I try to prepare, right? And like have a bunch of stuff ready and then go to it. And then I also surrender over to whatever's meant to be, right? So we try to walk that tightrope, so to speak. But yeah, the link is down there. Let me get to some stuff. I don't necessarily want folks kind of, you know, jumping right in, but if they do want to call in, I spoke to Will earlier. He called me up before the broadcast. I said, well, just get in where you fit in, man. Let me set the pace and get to what I need to get to here. Last broadcast was great. I have no complaints about it, but I didn't really get to much. Again, there's multiple tightropes we're walking here. So we didn't talk much about 9/11, and that's kind of upsetting. Charlie in charge kind of took up all the news. airwaves, however that works. And that's fine. I still don't know what to make of it. You know, did they whack this guy? Is he really dead? Did this Cash Patel guy, who looks like he's completely psychotic and or on cocaine or methamphetamine constantly, allude to this idea of seeing him in Valhalla? And then the emails came out, and then the shooter had a place on his phone called Valhalla, and it's a retreat. And are they gaming and duping everybody? That's the question. And you could bet yes. Some way, somehow, the answer is always yes. Yes, yes, and yes. And then you can, I guess, go down the path to find out where exactly and how that's happening. But it's usually happening some way, somehow, someplace. You can bet on that. And then we kind of fill in the blank. So, yeah, I'm kind of done with the Charlie Kirk story already. That was pretty quick, huh? Even for like social media. You know, we kind of blasted the word out there. I watched a bunch of slaves on my feed. This is what's so great about slaves on my feed and me baiting them in with like Donnie and Joey stuff, is they get comfortable next to me and then they start seeing and hearing stuff, and then other people start replicating that, and then next thing you know, they're just inundated with their own foolishness. It's like a dog that vomits and then has to go back and eat it. You know, we put their face in it. Right. And then they very quickly kind of go, okay, guys, you got me. They're learning is basically what I'm saying. I never thought I'd see the day, but potentially there is some hope here, or some good faith, that a lot of the statist, collectivist, communistic, fascistic, corporatistic slaves are actually learning, even at a 1% rate. So, you know, they're confessing on Facebook, hey, we got duped. You know, we didn't see it coming again, if we saw it at all. But we're starting to get it. We're starting to get how it works. You know, the plastic hands, the all-seeing eyes, the G's on the rings. You know, the Cash Patel emails, the Tyler Robinson, Valhalla, the ammo and the gun that every single time has to have scrawlings into it, so we know they did it right. It's just so predictable at this point. Oh, the gun that he took apart. You know, I'm going to go to Mike Savage because I think it's interesting that one of the most statist, fascistic, Zionistic characters who I grew up with. We used to ride around in the car. My father would listen to like talk radio, and he was one of the main ones. Him and Mark Levin and Curtis Sliwa and all the folks on the East Coast. So we'll go to him because he's finally waking up, or the system is using these people to now use conspiracy theory to create more division. I can't really tell. This is why you got to kind of play a long game and kind of sit back and watch, see the lay of the land, and see where it all goes. Because if you're in the thick of it, you can't oftentimes completely see the forest for the trees. But he doesn't buy it. He says there's something weird going on here. Yeah, no kidding. But again, predictable as the day is long, as all get out. Right, the shooter for Charlie Kirk just sat around carving stuff into his rifle, carving stuff into the ammo. You know, anti-fascist rhetoric. This is the irony, right? This is why folks will say I'm schizophrenic, and trust me, I sit around sometimes, or you know, in between going to Slave Mart, and I question myself constantly. I wonder. I go, how schizophrenic really am I? Because it's like everything that I'm saying and doing or talking about or am pushing here is somehow, some way being like used in the mainstream. And I go, I'm just little old Paulie boy. Like I have some videos who've been seen a lot, or which have been seen a lot, but I'm hardly like on the world stage or in the mainstream. But that must be just a synchronicity, right? There's a fine line between synchronicity and schizophrenia, it seems. But it's a trip. It's a trip to be talking about 10 things consistently, and then see those things manifest, and then even watch people admit it in the open after calling me and others crazy, or try to spin it, right? And again, you know, there is that very fine line there where you go, how much am I actually having an influence here, if not directly, indirectly, because we're in a quantum field? Because you have these certain thoughts and see these certain images, and it's almost like you're in some Truman Show simulation where they know what you're saying and what you're thinking, and then their whole game is to try to spin it and turn it into something, you know? So they'll like concoct some hit. They'll put some lefty tranny out there, you know, who's completely incompetent. And then they'll whack him. And then at the scene, you know, they didn't whack him yet. He showed up in court catatonic from what I understand. I didn't see the video, but that's another predictable idea here. After you get the gun with the ammo where they're carving messages into it that reveal who they are, they show up at court like this. They go, you're the guy who made expert shots that like Navy SEALs couldn't make, 8 out of 10. This one was one shot, right? So one shot, one kill, apparently. But that's always the same themes. It's fascinating to just have the interaction, right? To be in this universe day to day and be interacting either directly or directly on the quantum level with these ideas and, these subjects and these people. These are very interesting people. Not nice, a lot of these people. Yeah, okay. Let me interact with my chat a little bit, and then I'll go to the clips. LGBTQ XYZ WTF. It's time to tackle this trans issue. It's actually not. You and others have been uploaded with this necessity to fight and argue with the Babylonians who are becoming eunuchs for the kingdom of God and all the rest of it. You don't really need to argue with them and tackle this issue. You need to be free and live free and create communities and stop being distracted by a bunch of freak shows. Okay, I get it. We cover it here. That's the whole point of this broadcast. It's a bit non-bit. The whole broadcast is a bit non-bit. Because we look at this stuff, we're entertained by it, we cover it, we expose it, we reveal at times, we bring solutions, and then we go back to day-to-day life, right? So my day-to-day life, I don't give a fuck about trannies, Satanists, Babylonians, all the rest of them, long as they stay the fuck away from me and don't put needles in me and don't try to force a mask on me and don't try to interfere with my rights to carry a gun or travel or all the rest of it, in which case it's me versus me. It's me creating the documents and the paperwork. It's me pushing past the codes and policies. It's me giving them notice so that I own my property without taxation. It's me. It's me versus me. It's not me versus the trannies and the Republicans and the Democrats and all these people. They're Babylonians. They are deceived. They're children of the lie. They're in the process of destroying themselves. God's people, the meek, will keep their head down, do what they need to do, produce the results, have the solutions, bring it, and they will inherit the earth with or without chemtrails. That remains to be seen, okay? So let's just understand that. That's my mission statement. That's the prerequisite before we dive into the circus freak show, right? The deep end of the pool that everybody's pissed in, right? We're going to dive in here shortly, but understand where you are and what's going on, how it applies, how it's entertaining, how it's relative to you in your life, and then what you need to do, which more and more seems to be, and I can't tell you or anyone else what you need to do. I'm just telling you what it is for me. More and more you need to transition away from that, right? We can look at it, we can understand it best we can, we can speculate even a bit, and then it's back to you, your life. What are you creating? What do you stand for? And more importantly, what are you not creating and standing for and serving, right? That's going to be the ultimate indicator of who and what you are now, what you've been, what you'll become, and what you'll have in this life or have access to. I suspect. I can't prove that. So yeah, let's just get into it. Well, I said first I'd go to my audience, the audience. They tell me I shouldn't say my audience, that it's possessive. It's narcissistic and egotistical, and it's possessive. And I say there may be some truth to that. The other thing is that's just the nature of things, right? The audience becomes like a monolithic sort of non-unity, right? Community non-unity. So you do start to personalize it and become a bit possessive in a way. Right? My audience. I've cultivated an audience, and this is the best we can do. These folks have cultivated a broadcaster. This is the best they can do, all right? We live with it. A lot like my relationships with women when I have them. They're far and few between, but when I have them, it's like there's some give and take there. You got to take the good with the bad. Snafu Creature's in the back. All right, we'll give Snafu Creature a limited.
I just put 2 optics that Daddy I figured could talk about. The Macron is going to prove it's not Big Mike with the big stick down there, supposedly. And then also Nepal's government, while all you guys are focused on all this bullshit, what's happening worldwide, y'all know that the youth, as they call it, of Nepal have killed and overthrown the government that they had and voted new leaders through Discord. The optics are high.
So they're now holding elections through Discord.
Well, they killed the government, did all that, and you know how we'd probably do Facebook or YouTube. They just use Discord, But yeah, they're new leaders. Probably, they're top content creators. Who knows?
Well, we're definitely in potentially dangerous and or interesting times. I don't want to push too much fear porn.
Right.
But we are potentially in a time where those white hats, if they're white hat, and we wouldn't know it because it looks like exactly the opposite from the top down, they're claiming that us anti-fascists, as if we're not supposed to be anti-fascistic. I'm not a leftist. I just understand what fascism means. I go over it here ad nauseum. The merger of state and corporate powers. It's anti-American. Turning United States into a corporation with corporate lobbyists and working with a whole bunch of other corporations to overthrow the sovereignty of not only the individuals, but nation states under the guise of New World Order, which is exactly what Donnie and Joey and all the rest of them are doing with the centralized banking cartel, the usual suspects. Okay, this is not white hatting to me. I feel like we're the ones white hatting and they're gaslighting us and the majority. And they're trying to steal our talking points and our walk, and they're trying to present it as if that's what they're doing while they're doing exactly the opposite, right? So that makes sense to me. Well, Paulie Boy and others are on the ground. They're not cooperating. They're not complying. They're getting results at court. They're taking the mask off of this fraudulent system and bringing the power back to the people. So we're going to claim we're doing that from the top down while we build concentration camps and demonize folks like Paulie Boy and call them sovereign citizens and terrorists and anti-fascists, right?
Well, and this is something just before I leave. I put the 2 links, the Nepal one and the other one of the Macron in the back. But also, daddy, old snafu, the warthog's right again as usual. So y'all you fucktards, guess who bought TikTok? Oracle. The optics are high.
I did see that, and I thought of you. I not only saw the Oracle, but I saw the other one you're always talking about.
Yeah, and that's why old Daddy Trump, my other, I got a few daddies, sometimes, but Daddy Trump's been with Zuckerberg and Gates, Billy Gates, and big moves are happening worldwide. But the Nepal thing and what's happening in Australia and Canada, and also this volcano stuff, a lot of things going on, Daddy. So
can you get a headset? I know you got car stuff and all the rest of it, but you're always clicking.
The phone.
Maybe get you
the jack doesn't work. Maybe I'll get the jack because I did get a headset, but it's the wrong.
Oh, another jack on here that doesn't work, huh? That's a common theme. Yeah. All right. Well,
well, I'm gonna go, but I did put the links backstage, and yeah.
Well, you can hang out if you want, as long as you don't left feet me. All right. I think I fixed it with the echo cancellation, but all right, do the return trip then.
Okay, cool.
Get into some optics. All right, so snafu, not wrong in these cases. I got maybe some other issues with him other places, but he didn't bring that here, so I don't focus on that. And if you folks got issues with him, why don't you try doing what I've tried to do with him, which is be resolute, reconcile, be straightforward with him, try to have some kind of empathy. I know he's not the easiest at times to get along with or love. Neither am I, right? But we can try, so to speak. We can try. So, oh yeah, Shlomo. See, there's so many optics, as your boy Snafu there likes to say, that I forget them all. I make a list and I don't even go to the list and I try to go off the top of my head and I forget. Yeah, what's with the picture? And we're now in the age of AI, so I don't know. And then this is perfect, right? The gaslighting, smoke and mirrors is going to get really entertaining because now Donnie's even coming out and going, "What if it's all AI? What if what you're asking me about is AI? What if you're lying already?" Trying to use AI to have plausible deniability, but according to the media, social media, Donnie on his Twitter put out a picture of him and Charlie Kirk, and on the picture was the name Shlomo Pearl, right? Another little breadcrumb, right? We got all these issues and these things happen, and then all these things come up, and then we focus on them, and for good reason to an extent, and then it just becomes an extreme distraction campaign while everyone was focusing on Shlomo Pearl and Charlie Kirk, and is he an agent within an agency carrying out agent optics, or is he being used for agency? They're voting to not release the Epstein list and to implicate all your politicians in what we've already known for decades they're most likely involved in, right? So Shlomo Pearl, from the basic research I've done, and again, you only have to go like 2 lines into a lot of the stuff to go, oh, I see what they're doing, and then it's almost like they do this hoping people like me latch onto this and talk about it, so then they can point to it and go, look how crazy he is. He thinks that the Shlomo Pearl thing is a thing. He thinks that everything is schizophrenia with this guy. He's got a bunch of connections that shouldn't be made. I don't know why I keep morphing into a semi-quasi Trump. So it's like I've been trying to practice this Trump impersonation lately, so much so that a quarter of the time or more, I realize I'm him. You know? He is I, and I am him, like the walrus. Right. Shlomo Pearl apparently was some guy during the Holocaust who was playing a double agent role. Why would they do that? Please fact check this. Am I so deep into social media now that I can't tell what's real and what's not? And that they're gaslighting me with AI optics? You know what? Let's look it up right now. My assistants down there seem to be confirming that this is a thing. We didn't all just make it up, or we weren't deceived. Shlomo Pearl, not an Irishman, by the way, in case you were wondering. Where is it? We need official sources, is what it is, right? I always go to MSLSD or Fox Noise. That's how I know if it's a thing or not. That's how I know if it exists or not, and then I make a determination. Mysteries surrounding inclusion of Shlomo Pearl. President Trump shared an AI-generated image of him. Trump honors Charlie Kirk on Truth Social with a picture and the words Shlomo Pearl at the bottom of the picture. And it's like this huge. I don't like throwing this word around like the intro did earlier, but I'll use it in some senses. Quasi-narcissistic game that folks are playing where they throw stuff out that they know you're going to latch onto, and then when you ask them, what's the Shlomo Pearl deal, where you're invoking the Holocaust and double agents, as we're all presuming you're doing a Holocaust and using double agents like Charlie Kirk and people from the state of Israel. They go, nothing, it's nothing. What's the big deal with these people? I don't understand. And it's like, no, we don't understand. Why are you doing this? Why are all of you doing this? Either you're all revealing to us that what we already know that you've called us crazy for, or you all want us to think you're revealing it so you can use it to do something with it, right? And then this is where I then catch myself. I'm in a living room somewhere arguing with someone or something that's not there. And then I go, Jesus, take the wheel. The devil's got me. You have to wonder, right? Crisis initiation complex people. I don't know what that means. Are you saying that I have a complex? Or are you saying a complex exists? Kind of like Spaceplex. For those of you who remember back on the East Coast, there was a smoky tube you would walk down with flashing lights. And then if you didn't have a seizure and you got to the end, it opened up into the most glorious arcade we'd ever seen. So there's, that's what I imagine pretty much the Pentagon looks like. Long tube, smoke, lights, opens up into a grand arena of arcadeism. Arcadia, if you will. And it is what is called there. They won't tell anyone else, but there they refer to it as a crisis initiation complex. I can understand why. All right, let's get to some fucking optics. You know what? Snafu's been a good boy lately. He even calls me daddy because he knows it pisses off a whole bunch of other people and or makes people cringe. That's kind of why we started that here. And also because it has some truth to it at times. At times here, I occupy a role as, 2023 and 24, I was voted world's best online stepdad, for obvious reasons. And of course, I ran myself and did all the voting and vote counting for that. Like Donnie recently admitted that he's been part of a staged election. First, he said the other side staged the election. Now he says he staged the election. And if he didn't, we'd have a bunch of leftists in. So we're glad he did. We'll get to that as well. Let's go to Snafu's video. He's been a good boy lately. He hasn't struck me, harassed me, lied on me, done any of his old wicked ways and behaviors. He's turned from his wicked ways. We potentially have a conversion here, people. It's a glorious day. Glorious time to be alive. The best of times, worst of times. So Nepal just elected their new government on Discord. Isn't that something?
And I'm sure everyone is confused right now. Here's how we got here. Nepal just had its entire government overthrown in 48 hours. And what's wild is it all started with TikToks making fun of politicians' spoiled kids. The Nepali youth made a trend called Nepo babies, showing side-by-sides of rich politicians' kids eating steak, while average kids couldn't even afford to eat normal meals at restaurants. The clips blew up, people got furious, and then the government decided to ban all social media. Obviously, that was a terrible move because it just poured gasoline on the fire, and within days, 12,000 people showed up to protest. Police opened fire, over 20 people lost their lives. That really pissed off Gen Z in Nepal. On September 9th, Discord and Reddit turned into comm centers, sharing Molotov tutorials and live maps on where to avoid. And by the next day, mobs were storming politicians' mansions, burning them down, and even dragging leaders into the street.
What the f am I witnessing right now?
The prime minister then resigned by the afternoon and the army stepped in, but the entire Gen Z revolution was completely decentralized. No leaders, no figureheads, just the internet overthrowing a government in real time. And that's
Okay. And then, okay, see, now we're at one of those reflection points again, right? Because we're all supposed to now go, oh, yay, that's great. We can all overthrow governments that are actually corporations overnight through social media and on-the-ground action. And it's like, yes, but no. Let me qualify here, right? Let me go somewhere. Entertainment broadcast, of course. You got to be careful with these subjects. You got a lot of legal beagles out there who like to use a potentially semi-corrupt system, at least with certain people, as any system would be, to try to interfere with people's property and rights potentially. So you have to, be a bit sleuthy, some might say. So yeah, I've said over and over again that this could all be over like today or tomorrow. If folks would just stop complying, stop buying into the narrative, stop paying the fare, but I'm a bit touchy when it comes to this idea of physical overthrow and pulling elected officials out in the street, right? I'm not going to support that. I'm not going to promote that. And I'm not going to get a whole generation written up using policies and codes for initiating violence when they haven't tried the ulterior modality at this point, which would just be come out of her, my people, stop complying. Because I believe we could achieve the same thing like that. I think that right there, if it did happen, everything is proviso. If it did, if it's real, is any of this, is this real? Is real? What is real, Neo? But yeah, if this is real, then this is just emblematic of the power and the value and the change that we have and are making. And that doesn't require violence and overthrow. It simply requires even an individual, I've proven. Right? I'm a perfect example of God using the lowly to test the boundaries on the system and be shown that I have power and value with the word, which means you all do. Because I'm not separate from anybody else here as an I am present. How we present that may differ, right? And we can all work on that. But the power and value is still the same, right? So these times in history show us by walking with God's truth, that is what makes us great as individuals and a collective. We do have power and value and we can make a change. So I would say take a step back, play a long game at times like this, right? Notice what I do. I inspire people. I get animated. They'll even say I whip people into a frenzy at times at certain points. And then when folks start getting animated and inspired and at a point where they're like passionate and going to go past their fears and make change, I remind them that they need to ratchet down that frenzy, ratchet down that false patriotism, because it's a double-edged sword, right? We need the inspiration and the courage to go past our fears, to do something to make a change. What we don't need is a bunch of demosocracy, root word, mob rule, where a bunch of people finally find their mind, their heart, their balls, and go on a spree and a rampage. Because, quite frankly, some might say that that's exactly what the masters and controllers want at this time, right? We went from it's not real, it doesn't exist, we won't acknowledge it, to we're going to even use the system to put conspiracy theories in your face, hoping everybody gets fed up and literally goes crazy and starts attacking each other or overthrowing corporations and governments. So then they can write up the tale that you folks are a bunch of slaves who went rabid and animalistic. You can't govern yourselves. You're doing force and violence, regardless of what we all did. You're doing force and violence now, and now we got to bring in some grander structure if we can, right? Whether that be a physical contingent of armed people who are willing to do the bidding, a fleet of robots and drones ran by AI, who knows, right? So I have a hard time believing that the who or what that runs this place is going to allow certain things to happen and push certain narratives and not fight back in order to do anything other than create a narrative in order to do their next problem, reaction, solution campaign. But hey, maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are going from a dark age to a light age cycle. The people are stopping giving their power away. They're taking it back, and they're doing it through physical means. And these corporations known as governments are finally backing down because they don't have the numbers or the infrastructure. Dangerous game to play, I would say, especially at these times. All a little too convenient for me, you know? And again, maybe that's just my paranoid mind and my speculative beingness, but all a little too on time, all a little too convenient, all a little bit too usy for the next stage of this, as I perceive of what this thing that animates these people is attempting to bring about, right? So I think it wants civil unrest. I think it wants world war and civil war. I think it wants economic collapses. I think it wants left and right fighting each other while they fight the government and the system, instead of left and right throwing away left and right, getting back to governing ourselves, not playing into the system beyond a certain point, and co-creating in a communal fashion locally while thinking globally, so to speak. You know, that's the new world order. I would say that we need. If you're going to say the term new world order, like most things, there's a legitimate one and an illegitimate one. A new world order where people do exactly what they say they didn't want the government doing, so they can be demonized and bring in a whole infrastructure to track and trace you and restrict you because you're violent, warlike slaves, you know, who just can't get it together. Right? I think it's more appropriate for us to finally become what we've always been meant to be, right? Which is peaceful, loving, and caring co-creative beings who are unwavering in our discipline and our will because we got God within us and on our side. We don't need to get violent. Okay? All we need to do is be and live the truth and surrender the rest in faith and not act from a fear space as much as possible. All right, let me look over my chat here. We got to get to... I don't want to look over the chat too much because then they'll get me started again and they'll get me looping, potentially. I want to get to the optics. I want to know why they shot up USS Liberty so close after World War II. Well, that's the thing. We don't have to go to individual scenarios to see the greater scenario. It's always the same looping script, right? If the world is a stage and these folks are actors and you're all playing parts, whether you know it or not, right? That's the greatest actor, the ones who don't know they're playing the parts. They just genuinely have been mind controlled and heart controlled and act out what has been put there, right? So it's usually the same thing over and over again, right? Create fear in order to create division in order to bring in the solution, problem, reaction, solution. We know that. And again, that's why it's so important at times like this to take a step back, take a breath, work with your people locally, do the next right thing, but don't get whipped up in the passionate, overly passionate, patriotic hysteria. You know, this is how certain things we've seen in the past over and over again start and continue. This is how people go on a 4 to 6 year run of killing millions of people. You know, so there is a fine line here. There is a middle ground, middle way. Your thoughts, Snap for Snaps?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, absolutely, because it's a systematic setup, and we're just witnessing world optics worldwide. And then the next story that I brought to you, the only two, is I think it's funny because when you say what, I like this saying you just said. It was pretty catchy. What is real? What is real? And the next one is DNA gender. So now we're gonna trust elites to prove if they're man or woman. I guess so. We just got to take the DNA test, like Me Too, and just believe it. So if our like kind of like Big Mike, so that's the other story. Is I guess we just got to believe results right now.
Well, this is part of what this Lucifere does. It seems as a spirit, whether it's animated as a group of beings trying to control the world and turn it into a business, or just the spirit itself. It seeks to take whatever the world events it knows it's creating or are going to express authentically, either from it or from God, and attempts to spin it and twist it into part of its agenda, it would seem, right? So, like Rochelle Schoenig up there says, or writes, last night, 30 minutes from my house, had military special ops down at some time. This is so small, I can't even fucking read it. I gotta do something with the text in this format.
Routine training or power your failure, I'm sure.
Thank you, Snafu. So they did the same thing on Riadoso, right? I talked about it. They lit everything on fire, said it was people lighting stuff on fire, then said no, it wasn't. It was wildfires. They changed their story. Then it got flooded, and then they dug up the ground and put fiber optic cables while they told everyone to evacuate. They brought everyone back like everything was back to normal, right? So it's obvious that we have people who are reporting the same stuff, lighting stuff on fires, using their cloud seeding to bring floods, then using that to, because when that happens, they get to poison the groundwater too, is what I'm learning. And then the ground gets soft so they can dig it up and start digging fiber optic cables everywhere so they can bring in their next communication systems while they shut down old communication systems, because they're preparing. See, the thing sees that those of us, you can't do that, Snafu. The thing sees that those of us are waking up, so to speak, and doing something different, and it feels the movement. It says, oh man, there's these few people here and there. They're making the move. They're moving on God's plan. We got to try to get out ahead of it. We got to take their communications down. We got to divide them and try to conquer them. We got to make them feel separate and alone. We got to make them feel powerless, right? Or we got to track and trace what they're doing so we can compile a list of names and a bit of intel so we can attempt to try to influence, right? Create narratives, because that's all this is, right? As Alex Jones, another potential agent and dupe, whether he knows it or not, used to always talk about, it's an information war. Absolutely it is, just on multiple levels. You know, so that's not my paranoia. That's what your Congress people and your technocrats and your whatever, if they're yours truly, right? If they're yours or whoever's, that's what they're doing and saying. So it's not my theories. It's not me just sitting around tweaking and manifesting some reality. It's them literally saying, who are these disgusting sovereign citizen terrorists who think they're going to have rights and freedoms? We're going to let them go for a time, but we're going to investigate them and try to stick a label on them to get out ahead of what they already know is a movement in consciousness. That we're all starting to realize, once again, from a dark age to light age cycle, we were always supposed to govern ourselves. Code and policy is not law. I'm watching it. I'm watching so many people who mocked me and laughed at me, even directly, now are saying exactly what I've been saying. Word for word, right? So this isn't my truth. This is the truth. And it's so damn powerful and influential. It's now coming out of the mouths of people who at one time made me an enemy. Okay? So you can't stop an idea whose time has come. They know that. But you can twist it, right? You can co-opt it and corrupt it. You can potentially influence it in some ways, misdirected or redirected. And we seem to know that that's what some people and some groups are all really about, right? If they can't control and they know they can't control, well, then they'll spin, they'll twist, they'll corrupt, they'll misdirect in order to try to influence the people, places, things, or the outcome. Age Creature is here now. Gentlemen, I don't want to start stacking people on here. You guys know the deal by now. You're feeding back, Cage. It's nothing personal to you, but I want to get to, okay, I can't do it. You're feeding back. Help me out, right? Or don't help me out. I don't really need much help to do the broadcast, oddly enough. Again, it's not personal to Cage or anyone else.
That was interesting when you talked about the ground and poisoning, because it makes me think of all the, not only the 5G hitting the ground, but like I said, with, quote, if there's all these underground cities or domes, and just the fiber optics of what we know is in there, and just, it makes you wonder how much of that ground is being poisoned, not just through chemical and rains and hard rains, things like that. So yeah. Pretty interesting.
Well, yeah, it goes back to that scriptural prophecy, and I'm not really big on the Bible is the direct word of God completely. It's been heavily redacted and altered, like most things here. But it does speak about, or is written about, a prophecy where these folks go to their underground bunkers, essentially, is how I decode it. And they're basically locked in there, buried alive, and or forced to suffer there, right? So again, the Luciferae is very deceptive, and it works through emotion, right? It works through the fact that most of these people are power hungry and greedy and selfish and self-centered, and they only get together with other people like them in order to conquer and to rule. And they even make it a competition between them, right? So this thing that they think they're using, it's a lot like when the mafia was working with the federal government. Each side thought they were using each other and working together, and somebody got the last laugh. So the Luciferae is exploiting an individuals and groups of people. You're flashing in the back, Cage. I don't need it, man. I'm going to ask you to just allow me to be, man. That's what I need from you and others. Just allow me to be and do what I do. It shouldn't be that difficult to get done, So, yeah. It's distracting me, Cage. I don't want anyone back there right now. I'll take calls, or I'll bring you back up in a minute if you want to comment. Precisely what I was just talking about, by the way. Is it always a coincidence? Cage comes on here, flashes Masonic rings, and uses Masonic symbolism. I ask him over and over again, please just don't come in here if you're going to distract me, or, do anything other than mix into what I'm doing, or help me co-create. He's flashing in the back. He's feeding back. He comes in to play games with robots and all the rest of this, and then flashes Masonic rings. What is that? This is what you guys all do? You got a brotherhood of a bunch of girls, essentially, who don't want to be active on the ground to doing the great work, and you want to just influence and dissuade and distract and try to disempower people who are doing that and are speaking that? Could you guys all get a fucking life, is my question, right? I didn't want to be personal or make this personal, but you do that, right? All of you do that, and it's laughable. And then you guys come with the dark glasses and the outfits and the rings and everything. You think you're You're not intimidating people. You're cowardly people. Even in your groups, you're relatively powerless. All you can do is just sit around all day gossiping and manufacturing drama and using people's emotions to try to spin them and misdirect them. But ultimately, at your core, who and what you are, what you do day to day and stand for, is just nothingness, powerlessness, complete dysfunction. And then you masquerade as some kind of high-level adept intellects who are spiritually aware and enlightened. It's fucking laughable. You embarrass yourselves by showing this shit off. Instead of hiding in shame and being embarrassed, you show it off. Because you think the profane feel something about it, right? It gives you a rush that the profane morons out there think you have power. It's all it really amounts to. Jimmy Shively says, appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shively. You are an angel. You're a blessing to I. So, what was I saying? Right, the deep underground military bases. The spirit of Lucifer, the same thing that the Masons and all these bankers and these people throughout the ages say they worship. They literally admit it. The Zionists have come out recently and admitted. Jews don't want to admit it, but their God is Lucifer, is what one of them said recently. I have the clip somewhere. Right. And it's no one has to admit it. We just watch what everyone does and reverse engineer it, and we know who and what it is. It's got its fingerprints on everyone and everything to some extent. Right. It is the God of this world. It is the greatest deceiver that we've ever known, as a spirit entity, as a principality in high places, right? Or very low places, you might argue. So yeah, it's using these people, I contend. Always has been, always will be. It's using the power-hungry, selfish, worldly people who want control and power without the competence and capability to get it truly or maintain it truly, without all the rest of the odds and ends, so to speak. So at some point, this spirit is going to whip around just like it always does on every land, right? Night of the Long Knives. There's, from what I understand, testimony of these type of events in every one of these macro events. There's micro events. So every one of these revolutionary acts that happen, every one of these corporate takeovers that happen, every one of these times where communism, collectivism, fascism starts to flourish, this thing whips around on its own people and it starts to purge. Okay? Because that's what it's meant to do, right? So the more you start to see these people as not people completely and just all people, even including ourselves, right? I don't like to separate ourselves from the dynamic. Just look at people in general, right? The individual as a conduit, as a portal, right? As a co-creator and experiencer of whoever or whatever is behind it, right? Then world history starts to make more sense, you know, and this dualistic sort of God's will or our will, what that means and how that all fits in starts to make perfect sense at that point, interestingly enough. So I don't think the Christian scripture or any scripture is really off on this, because it's not the Christian scripture that has a monopoly on this. Every ancient text and scripture talks about these principalities in high places and these spirits using the people to create this same edifice over and over again, the same quote unquote beast system matrix. And it always tells the tale of, at some point, the God of creation saying, okay, enough is enough. Give them the revelation, you know, inspire them to turn from their wicked ways, and allow the devil to go full on, right? And even turn on itself and its own people to destroy these people, right? In order to bring about what was always meant to be. So it seems to be, if we had to reverse engineer it and analyze it, it seems to be we're in something here where we're all connected to these things and this idea in order to have the experience on a macro and micro level, to learn from it and then make the change on who and what we are and what we serve. And it seems that that process is not complete unless you experience X amount of certain things at any one time being born into this place, right? So you could, I could argue, I could make a pretty compelling argument that no matter when you've been born on this earth at whatever time, the same 5 to 10 dynamics are taking place at any one time. Because when you're born here, you're in a holographic reflective simulation that is based on a core meaning and purpose that you are to have revealed to you through your firsthand experience. And the only way you can have God and this eternal truth revealed is if you do everything wrong to get everything right. Is if you are pulled into the deception in order to have the revelation, individually and collectively. Doesn't seem there's any other way, right? So the path to enlightenment is, in fact, self-chosen suffering, to be in the world and of it and go with the ways of the world until you have revealed to you an otherworldly order and process here. And it seems to work. And by work, I mean be organized and connected and beyond our comprehension and looping without any complete destination, right? Light age, dark age, light age, dark age, all for us to have the experience and to seemingly grow as a soul, if that makes sense. Or to experience as a soul, maybe, and then be reminded of who and what we are, and then forget, and then be remembered, and then forget. Interesting simulation, I would say. All right, we never got to 9/11. Charlie was dominating the news. I prefaced it. I never got to it. 3 minutes, because why not? On the Luciferian world stage, this is some of our favorite event. And when I say favorite event, of course, I'm not into the idea of thousands of people being killed and policy created and all the rest of the crap that came out of it. But notable event, seemingly needed to happen, part of God's plan, because it was part of the devil's plan to reveal who and what these people are and what they're really about. And I'd say 25 years later, about some progress has been made. Some folks have been woken up. They've started to realize how this works, right? We're now on the final approach potentially. So, yeah, I have to get to like or love, it would seem, or just accept and tolerate whatever is meant to happen on the world stage, whether I want it to or like it or not, right? This way I don't live with hate and bitterness and resentment more than necessary, if it's necessary at all. So that's what I mean. It's kind of tongue in cheek. I'm being kind of a dick, but one of our favorite events, because it was just so momentous, so majestic, so grandiose, just the lies, you know, the dozens and hundreds of lies they put in everybody's face. It'll go down in history. just like CV-19, Slaved 19, and all the shots. These are notable, momentous events that will go down in his story, and then we can ask who he is, right? His story, for us to look back on and say, oh, okay, I see what the thematic here is. You pull back and you look at the storyboard, and you start to realize all of what human history is, what it amounts to, right? So let's get to that. Let's get a little homage, a bit of an homage to the folks that apparently universally, based on the program, had to die with the 9/11 event in order for a truth to come forward to potentially set us free, right? So we got another allegorical crucifixion dynamic where at times people have to be killed off and proverbially, metaphorically, hung on a cross in order for the Christed spirit to be resurrected and to really live again. You know, unfortunate, but seems it's part of the ways of the world here. You know, you figure it out. Where are the dancing Israelis? That's what I want to know. You're going to get some dancing Israelis on?
The North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses to the ground in approximately 10 seconds. 200,000 tons of steel, 106 cubic yards, 43,600 comprised of 47 steel box columns, and we are told that these massive structures were destroyed by 10,000 gallons of jet fuel.
We have found explosive material in the dust. Now the next step is to find out who did it.
Building 7, a 47-story office building hundreds of feet away, burns controllably over a few floors and suffers structural damage to its south face before collapsing completely to the ground at near free fall speed.
All this time, I'm hearing all types of explosions. And the firefighter that took us down kept saying, do not look down.
Although the collapse of Building 7 was clearly a phenomenon and further investigation was needed, the building's steel was removed from the site and destroyed. 9:37 a.m., Arlington, Virginia. American Airlines Flight 77 crashes into the Pentagon. An amateur pilot who was unable to control a Cessna in August 2001 executed this nearly impossible maneuver in a 757 with skilled precision a month later. To date, we have not seen a single piece positively identified as Flight 77's. 10:03 a.m., Shanksville, Pennsylvania. United Airlines Flight 93 allegedly crashes into an abandoned strip mine at 580 miles per hour.
Any large pieces of debris at all? No, there was nothing that you could distinguish that a plane had crashed there.
There is zero historical precedent for a large commercial airplane and its passengers completely disintegrating upon impact, regardless of speed, cause, or crash site. September 11th was not just a terrible tragedy that took the lives of thousands of innocent people. It was a violent and aggressive seizure of power and a transformation of both foreign and domestic policy. It was an American coup.
We saw the towers for the ashes like they were laced with balls. And ever since we've been in war like Genghis, calm and fetus for a fascist world state. An Orwellian nightmare.
It's almost as if ever since that day we've been doing the state of Israel's will in the Middle East. Or whoever's will is using the state of Israel.
The Patriot Act has its watch on the back, sick front like they're here to save us while they're on the attack. And we act like we didn't see it coming from a nation built by theft and genocide. Gunning down opposition, listen, worldwide is well known that America will eat its own. So long to what you thought was democratic. These times are catastrophic, because war is a means to profit, control and manipulate.
Okay, so I think there's a new creature here and they're a bit confused. I'm not a Jew. The state of Israel thing is baiting, right? I'm baiting some of the slaves, and I'm feigning support for the state of Israel because we're not allowed to criticize it, is what I'm told. I'm told that we have to support state of Israel and whatever they're doing. And you know what? Let's segue right over to the clips because I got a line of them, and why not? Unless this is all a hoax, because you can't believe anything now. I tend to believe it. I think there's a whole bunch of people who are out in the streets who are protesting, right? That's supposedly a citizen slave's civil rights. To complain in public, whatever, I'm okay with that potentially to an extent, but that's not allowed to happen anymore, right? You did have a right to complain in public, and now you don't, according to UK, New Zealand, Australia, and other places used to be common law nations, used to be nations with constitutions, nations with rights under God, nations where you could have guns and live free and live off the land. And now they've criminalized living on the land, collecting water. They've had to license all your activities for safety, on and on and on. Let's go to some of those. I'm going to have to hit the, you know what? Let's go here first. We'll go here first because I want to remind everyone, this is who you're arguing with on the internet, by the way, not me. But I this is a reminder for me as well. When we get on Slavebook and these other places and we attempt to try to make sense with these people and use common sense and even reveal stuff to them, just be reminded this is who and what you're dealing with, right? Makes it potentially, it makes it go a little bit easier on your nervous system.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder of Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I love that guy. He would have been our next president.
President Trump, if you see this, please save us. This is America. This is our land.
This is Ariana Grande. Used to be one of my favorite artists. If she hates America, I hate her.
Any last words, Chrissy?
Say bye to your career. Bye.
You motherfucking animals! Why? Because you didn't agree with his politics? Because you didn't agree with his ideology? That's the reason why he deserves to die! You fucking animals!
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me.
God help us. And they say that folks who don't agree with this or act like this have Trump derangement syndrome. That's their trope, right? I think you folks all have Trump derangement syndrome. You're so deranged, you've forgotten or never knew the living God or the living word or the eternal truth, life or way. And you somehow think that this guy with swollen ankles, stuffed into a shoe, a dress shoe, who's fucking hookers and literally just running every play from the fascist playbook that we could see so far, even down to out of his own mouth saying, we're still talking about this Epstein guy still after all this time. We have big things going on over here and other things over there. And we're talking about this. And it's like, yeah, you know, weren't you the guy who campaigned on Hillary for prison and releasing the list? And it's going to be big trouble for these Democrats. I have a feeling a lot of Democrats in the list. It went from a lot of Democrats in the list are going to be in trouble to the Democrats made the list up. And still, they're bending over on Facebook. They want to be rammed. They want it deep. You know, and then they get mad at me. Like, it's like you show up on Facebook and forgive me, cover the ears of the young ones around. I know you can give them 5 vaccines, but they can't hear some colorful language. You show up on Facebook and it's like a gang fuck. And it's just a bunch of like middle-aged, sort of middle Americans, middle-class people just bending over and wanting to take it, essentially. And then I kind of like shuffle up behind them and I start giving them a couple pumps of rights, freedom, principles. And they go, no, Paulie boy, you're mean. You're bullying. This is horrible. Stop it. We just want to get rammed by Donnie and our favorite political gang fuck party over and over again. You don't get to slip in. I go, right. How silly. I mean, there's no room for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith here. Just communism, collectivism, demo crazy, fall of a republic, complete abdication of responsibility, accountability, pursuit of happiness and or property rights over to a bunch of deviants and corrupt maverick non-politicians, right? Who just happen to be partying with Epstein and the Clintons, but aren't like them. It just had to do business with them, but aren't like them, right? We'll get there. We'll get there at some point, you know. Just keep memeing, just keep revealing and exposing, just keep questioning, right? And more importantly, just keep co-creating, right? Because the more you become the example of what competent and capable and intelligent co-creative looks and feels like, the more they're going to have to take notice of you and say, we kind of want a little bit of what that guy's got going on, instead of this complete loser, failure, slacker, retarded state that the majority of humanity is now descended into, you know? Snafu snaps. Or is this the third time back?
Yeah, my two daddies are busy today. So while you're talking, my other daddy has been busy doing executive order type stuff, behind a certain desk.
Right.
And I put some daddy optics. He's very proud of himself too today.
I already got too much optics, Snafu. You gotta wait. We got to get through these
well, you
optics.
need
I
to
can't.
look at this
I
for
got a
yourself.
pile of optics here. I can't even get through.
Two daddies are busy.
Now you're breaking up now.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know what's going on with your audio cutting. All right. God bless Snafu. Bless his heart, man. The kid wants to be involved, and he's truth yoing and crew yoing. Executive order Yalk is what he wrote in the back. YALK. Let's see. We'll give Snafu Snafu comes with some optics from time to time. You can't deny it.
Panel on vaccine changed its broad recommendations on COVID-19 vaccines today. Are you comfortable with that change, or would you like to see Americans take the vaccines that were developed under your tenure?
Well, the vaccines, according to a lot of people, and if you look at charts, have had a tremendous, Operation Warp Speed. It was, just according to just about everybody, was one of the greatest things that any president has ever done in this country. So we're very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. I'm also very proud of Regeneron and some of the things that came out of, all of the labs and all of the research that we've done. So I don't know exactly what the final determination is, but I had the vaccine. I was very happy with it. Here I am. Right? Here I am.
Have you had it again?
Bobby Kennedy seems to be undoing what you did with Operation Warp Speed.
I put him in there because I want to have opposite views. That's okay. I think we're going to have something very, very big coming up soon on autism. Autism is totally out of control. And one of the most important things that, in my opinion, I had to do is to see what's going on with autism. And we're going to have a news conference early next week on autism. And I think you're going to see some things that are amazing that we've learned that somebody else wouldn't have learned. It's out of control. Autism, out of control.
That's for sure.
And I think we maybe have the reason.
Look around.
But is Bobby Kennedy going too far and unwinding the vaccines?
He's saying for older people. Yeah, he's saying for older people. A lot of people agree with that. And but I can tell you this: Operation Warp Speed, one of the greatest things a president has ever done.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You can say the
You're
world.
absolutely right.
When we came up with that.
See, this is how the devil talks to these people, right? It's amazing because you think he's saying this is one of the greatest things that has ever happened for the world in a positive sense. He's saying we put it in your face so hard that you're a fucking pathetic lockdown slave who's bought off and soul sucked that you'll jab yourself and your children up with a chemical called luciferase, right? Actually was the precursor chemical to making these shots. It's all on record, right? So it is from a negative, kill, steal, destroy, deceptive, death worship position to reveal the truth, life, and way. It absolutely is one of the best things he could have done. Can't deny that. More people have come to God and over to the side of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith in the last 5 years than the last 50 or 500. Let's just call it as it is. See, devil's got a purpose here, man. We can't deny that. But for the folks like this, they're going to keep getting duped over and over again, and they're confused. Where is he? He's just here. Bless his little soul. Bless his little heart. I'm going to buy his mama some shoes this Christmas. I was a huge Trump supporter till on the afternoon of January 6th, he failed to do what he could have to tell people to just go home. He had the power and he failed to use it. Shame on him for that. Well, you got to go to the next level, Keith and others. Where's the other guy? Just saw him. I was a huge Trump supporter. Now it's hard for me to even look at him. It's going to be the Republicans who will pass legislation on censorship. Yes, sir, because it's not about Trump. It's about the system and what's created or been corrupted to do and be used for. So, again, opt out, stop complying, stop cooperating, stop buying into the deception. The corporatists have hijacked your system. It's a corporate takeover. They've turned the United States as a nation into a corporation, self-defined. They've used statute, policy, and code to interfere with your property and rights. Now it's on you. It's your move, citizen slaves, right? That's the bottom line here. It's your move. Stop paying, stop cooperating, stop complying, correct your status on record and stand on business. Tell them, I'm an American, and this is why I believe, potentially. Because again, while we have power and while we're making a change from the ground up, there are also elements here that don't want to see this happen, potentially. I'm not going to say any of this absolutist, but potentially, this is why we're now hearing talks from little Marco. We're hearing some talks from little Marco. He's a little man. And he's saying he wants to be able to strip passports from U.S. citizens, and he wants to be able to deport Americans, is the word on the street, right? Whether they have citizenship or not. So we're now going deeper into the interference with right to travel. They used to say, Paulie boy, why do you want to drive without license, registration, insurance, and plates? Because it's under the heading of free expression and right to travel and right to pursue happiness and right to property rights. Those are all those issues and more wrapped up into that one idea. And if you don't stand for your right to take your car on the road for emergency, whatever emerges, an emergency or an emergence, as the code outlines, right? Because the code is written in there, at least some of the states, I think all of them, because they have a rubric. It's written in there, in case of emergency, you can get in a car and ride it around without a license and everything else, but only in emergency. The only problem is who gets to decide what an emergency is or not. If I have no water or food in the fridge, is that an emergency? Is it something that emerged that could potentially impact the quality of my life, where I get to determine what's necessary and proper for me, aka moving my property from point A to point B to retrieve some products and services in order to restore myself and my health or the conditions of my home? That could be argued to be emergency. So again, they use the same theory on the other side. They'll use an Emergency Power Act and then create an emergence and then use the policy and code on the premise in order to interfere with those property and rights. So oddly enough, this concept exists on both sides, if you want to see it as a both-sided thing, right? A dualistic jurisdictional idea, right? So we have necessary and proper clause under God with rights. They have public safety necessary and proper clause. In the event of an emergence or emergency, we have certain powers, rights, and abilities that we can express or enact, right, or experience that are different from the usual courses of day-to-day business or experience. But again, it starts off with registering your baby. Oh, well, you can't do that. Yes, you can. You don't have to register them. You can be an American national. You can have naturalized citizenship without claiming you are that. You can have it without claiming you are that. I'll say it 3 times. You can have a ship of citizenry to navigate the waters of commerce without saying you are the all caps name and the ship. Okay? By the way, that's another corruption of the original form. If we're made in the image of the Most High, then the all caps name is made in the image of your given and family name. Another corruption, right? It's another identity politics deception campaign. Let's get you to identify as this because we control this, and then we can use the codes to regulate you as this. The same way they like to call black people African Americans or just people of color, black people. And then you go into it and you find out these civil rights attorneys have used all of these words and terms with their own definitions to get jurisdiction over people, places, and things. It's all one big Luciferian deception campaign to take power and control voluntarily through your acceptance of these certain ideas. You know, and I also won't deny that they won't push the boundaries on that voluntarily if they can get it done, right? If they get real desperate. So it starts with that, registering your baby, telling the state they have interest in your child and that they can use policy and code to regulate them in your household, registering your home, being taxed to use your own home, registering your car with the state, being taxed to use your own car, all the way down the list. This was never supposed to be this way. We're men and women born on the land under God with God-given rights to pursue property and happiness and pretty much do whatever we want to do, absent loss, injury, and harm, if we pay all our debts. We're not a pauper, debtor, slave either, right? So if you don't stand for that idea conclusively, objectively, it will be taken from you piece by piece. And we're so far into this, I shouldn't even have to repeat this so often without just seeing a flood of folks just stop complying and cooperating and or at least asking questions. to get some answers, to hold people accountable, to change their status, to change their approach and their perspective on how they're going to deal with this. Okay. So I got a phone call now. So yeah, is that Will? Is that you?
Yep.
All right, let me just finish up here on this train of thought. So if you don't start there with your car and your baby and your house and everything else and attempt to try to understand this and move a different way, you get to a point you're so deep in this where little Marco and the others, the other politicos, are going to tell you, well, we're going to take your right to travel, not only in the car, but maybe even on foot, certain areas, 5 miles from your house. They're already trying to invoke that smart city idea. And because you'll be working from home, you'll live online, you'll get your credits, you get to go with a 5 mile radius with your electronic vehicle and maybe your feet, and everything else is heavily regulated. And only certain people get that, would be the idea, right? God knows how they would get that done, but that's the idea being floated to some extent. So if you don't stand for it over here, then it gets so far down the line, they go, we're going to take your citizenship, we're going to deport you, okay? As if that matters, right? You taking my citizenship to navigate the waters of commerce doesn't negate that I was born on this land, have a right to this land, more right than the corporation called government to this land, and what goes on this land, than you do, right? But in inversion land, they're going to flip that. Hey, you were born here, but you only have the rights we give you. If we take away your citizenship, you no longer have rights, because rights, as we know, come through the corporation, not from God. And of course, corporation means speaker of the dead, or at best, I'll give you speaker of the body, right? The body politic, which the body politic is not the living man. It's a bunch of hypnotized, collectivized slaves who've been brought together to be controlled, right? They've been identified in order to be controlled. And most of it voluntarily, right? Through the unspoken social contract and all the privileges that you get with Social Security and ability to vote for the corporate masters and all the rest of it. These are all implied contracts. So you don't stand for it. You ask me why I'm doing it. You mock me and laugh at me. There's going to come a time where if you say the wrong thing online, they're going to shut you the fuck down. They're already asking to require license and identification on here just to broadcast. They do it to me all the time. I just ignore it and go on with it. But they say, hey, it's past that time. You should be giving us your ID and verifying that you're going to come on and do a broadcast. Right. And of course, to monetize, they want that as well. I think that is a requirement to monetize, but isn't fully required yet. They just harass you if you're not monetized. Making noise there. Try to mute up if you can, just till I finish, Will. And I'm going to get to you. So, yeah, let's just go to you now. What did you have? Questions, comments, concerns, or ideas?
Yeah, just to help you tighten up your stuff a little bit too, using the words no, not, or never. Just be careful with using that. And when you hear it, you jump all over it, because you're correct that we're made in the image of God. And that when you use these words no, not, or never, it shows an ungodly person, an ungodly man. And these judges, they know it too. So when they hear it, they can jump on it. And when you hear it, you're supposed to jump on it too and say, well, who says I can't have a license? Or who says I can't drive? Or who says I'm not supposed to, right? Because the last time I checked, I got 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, 2 feet, 2 hands, 2 legs. I can go point A to point B just fine. So when you hear that word no, not, or never, you jump all over it. And the other one too is license. When they're asking for a license, they're not asking for a 2-inch by 3-inch card. What they're doing is they're asking you if you have permission. They're actually using it in the verb sense. They're asking if you have license, not if you have a license. It's not a piece of paper they're asking for. So most times I just tell people, show them a receipt of the car. Of course I have license. It's mine. You see what I'm saying? Because if you look up the word license, you'll see it in the verb sense. It's just asking if you have permission. It's not a card. And another thing is the identification. If somebody says, give me your ID. You say, what's an ID? I know an ID is 2 letters of the alphabet. Are you trying to say identification? That's great. Identification, I'm man. Because identification is saying the same as. So when you hand them your card, you're automatically giving them jurisdiction. You're automatically saying, hey, look I'm the same as this card. Who made the card? Well, Daddy County made the card. I certainly didn't make the card. I'm just using it as a benefit, but most people wouldn't know how to go about it like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's on some level seems to be some form of sorcery or misdirection or just implied contractual obligation. And I don't necessarily believe that there's ever going to be at this point a silver bullet answer. It's basically just going to be about they receive so many of these people who now are saying we don't need to comply with you. We're going to do what we want, and you can take the car. We'll go to court, whatever, and not going away.
Well, I tell people to comply. I say, do it, dude. Give me an order. I love it. Oh yeah, give me an order, man. I love it. You're gonna tell another man what he can and can't do, or what he can or can't, walk around or think or something, dude. Just order me to do it. I'll hand you an invoice and I'll move on with my life. Because the last time I checked, God is made in the image of man, and man created all things like constructs. Man,
have you ever gotten them to give you an order and gotten paid for the order?
That's actually the whole thing. No, I haven't personally. No.
Right. So you're doing Carl's bit. You're doing Carl's bit, and I haven't heard him get paid for an order yet either. So I get that Carl has his bits like we all do, and I get that they may make sense. But practically, in practicality, I still don't know anybody who's been paid for their orders or giving invoices for. So in a way, to me, it's just a way to follow what they're saying and claim you're on top and that you won without actually being able to effectuate it. So, I mean,
you're going to use
not
their
in a
rules
commercial
against.
capacity. I'm not taking orders. This is where I disagree with him. I'm not in a commercial capacity. I'm not taking orders, and I'm not fulfilling orders because I'm not serving anything. I'm not McDonald's, right? So I'm a man, and I'm under God, and I have rights. And you folks take orders. The agents, the civil servants who are there to serve the public, quote unquote,
Correct.
or man in its original form. Right. So they're there to take orders, and they are compelled to perform their orders. And you could argue their original master or their chief or their employer is man in its purest form. We are their creator. He who creates controls. So why would I take orders from someone who, based on the maxims of law, was created essentially by me or an aspect of me, man in its purest form? Right?
If he was going to do it to you anyways. Because what you're doing is you're getting leverage on it, because these people know that you're made in the image of man, that you're made in the image of God. These people know it. I mean, they're taught, the public servants, they're taught about man. That's why they're like, oh, well, I can go after drivers. Oh, I can go after these other things that man created, these constructs. You see, so I agree with you to a point. And then, but what do you do when they say, well, fuck you, man? You're getting out of the car anyways.
The presumption is that there's something to do. I mean, we can put them on notice that, hey, you're giving me an order and you're financially liable for that because you don't have a delegation of authority that allows you to order around man and woman in their purest form. But ultimately, it's not that cut and dried where, okay, we just give me an order. I'm taking orders. Okay, great. And then you don't get paid. And then you do what they say anyway and claim that, hey, you got it all together. You don't, because we're still going to have to go to court. They're still going to say, what the fuck were you doing? You're still going to have to get a dismissal, and you're still going to have to sue these people in order to get compensation for whatever interference with your property and rights and or orders given.
Correct. But what you're doing is you're setting it up for success. That's all it is. What you're doing is you're not giving these people an excuse for later on. So yeah, you're going to go through some hell, just like I am right now. I got to go to court on Tuesday to deal with the trespass case because I'm supposedly on Carl's property, but yet I'm being trespassed by the neighbor up at the top of the driveway. So, I'm dealing with it myself. But again, the way I'm just setting it up because it's a paper trail. You know as well as I do, these people they operate on 2D. Even though they're sitting there as a 3D man, they're running on 2D. So everything's a paper trail. So when you start to do this stuff, you start it from the beginning, because I helped a guy from Canada do this. And he started a paper trail his first week. And I said, good. When you reach the maximum for your fucking, excuse my language, when you reach your maximum for your small claim suit, you give him another invoice. But you continue, you don't stop it. You don't just give them one and say, all right, I'm good. No, you got to continue with it, so that when you actually take this up to the higher court, they're like, huh, I see what you did here. You asked for orders, you send them invoices, you're being honorable this whole time, and these guys were still playing dirty with you. That's all it is. It just makes it an easy one later on. Now, when you go to get a win later on, that's a whole different subject, because then, like you said, you're gonna have to sue them, right? And then what Carl talks about is figure out who their indemnifier is, who their insurance provider is. Dude, they have a reason. They're operating in the public. So if they cause some type of harm, injury, or loss, don't want to pay their debts, I mean, that's harm. So you make a paper case for the insurance provider as well. So, I mean, this is on multiple levels. You're not just doing it for the court system itself. You know, you're giving it to everybody who has a knowing as well. His chain of command. You know, you're letting everybody know up the chain. That way there's no excuse.
Right. These are also people who, on the ground at least, court is a little bit of a different animal it can be, it seems, but on the ground, these are people who say, we don't follow federal code. Right. So the federal code, to me, as far as I'm concerned, is codified law in some sense, at least some of it. Right. Because it all outlines this idea of if you do this, then you're subject to this. So the fee schedule is already there. The U.S. code is supposed to be checks and balances for states that are interfering with rights and freedoms. So the U.S. code already outlines if you deprive someone of rights under color of law, statute, policy, and code is color of law, then you're liable for X amount of dollars and X amount of time in prison. You know, so we already have that, supposedly. We already have something that's supposed to be credible as a status and standing that we can walk into court and get remedy and compensation with that doesn't require us to reinvent the wheel. You know, which again, I don't have any direct firsthand experience on getting compensation for orders and or getting compensation at federal court. I don't believe Carl does yet either. You know, if he does,
good.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, because that's what I'm in the process now of doing.
Everyone
too.
keeps saying that, right? But until then, we can't speak as if we have the answers for how to get compensation on orders or anything else when they won't even follow the federal codes. And when I filed federal lawsuit, they threw it out because they claimed I didn't structure it properly. Right. So that's our problem. That's one of our problems is we can't get these courts of law to hear these cases and rule in favor of what's true and what's right because they want to play power games and they want to insulate these people instead of do their job and check them.
Well, freedom is, see, because the whole thing too is the knowledge that, you know, that I've been studying all this with Carl is Carl has the knowledge of true freedom, not the illusion of it. And the same thing that what you're going through too, because we're actually looking for the true freedom and not just the make-believe, you know, oh yeah, I'm free because I got a piece of paper. That's bullshit. You know, we're trying to be free without the paper, just to let God do, you know, to guide us to what we need to do. You know?
Yeah, I honestly believe in that. I don't think it's going to happen necessarily overnight, but I honestly believe that more people who just say, I don't know anything and I don't need to know anything. I just know you can't tell me what to do because we're all created equal. You're a man and you're beneath me because you're in a service position, not beneath me in the sense of you're less than me, but you have less rights and abilities and powers than the man who employs you or created the idea of the corporation called government in the first place controls you with, right? So, yeah, man, I just think that this is going to have to be a grassroots movement where people stop focusing on, you know, all the rest of the stuff. If we get it, great. If not, it's just we're not cooperating, we're not complying, we don't understand this, and we don't have to, you know. And you know, ultimately, we really don't have to have an invoice paper trail either, as far as business activity or whatever else. In my experience so far, right? So, you know,
I mean, just to get a collection as quick as possible. I'm sure you could say I got video camera and I got evidence and stuff like that, but I mean. Right. Because you know as well as I do, man has ultimate authority. So if I speak it, it's true.
My evidence is going to be what I'm on record for 1,000 Ways to Sunday and my correction of status and my 3 to 5 line claim that I'm going to put at any court on the land. And the fact that the cop is going to use an affidavit that he's going to sign and reveal everything of what he's doing. Right. So he's already going to create a record of all of his interferences with property and rights. And trying to project code onto man in its purest form, right?
And so everybody listening, what Paul's saying is true, right? Because this is something I tell people too, is you use the paperwork against them. Use their paperwork against them. So yeah, Paul's correct. You take their paperwork and you say, so what gave you the authority to do this? Because the only thing that Paul said was incorrect is these guys have rights. What they have is duties, obligations, and responsibilities. They have no rights. Only man has rights.
Yeah, if I'm going to go past the initial interactions and the initial claim or rebuttal of the claim, presuming I'm even going to rebut whatever their belief is, I may not even argue about it. Argue in the sense of, we went over that
make
word
your point
earlier,
clear.
but yeah, but not in that sense, in the sense of having the back and forth, right? I don't even need to do that. What I may do beyond a certain point is just take whatever they have on file and just start circling everything and notating. Here's circle. Here's where the cop admits that, like in one of my cases, he claimed I tried to bribe him. They put a felony on me. Whatever that is. I don't know what that means, but they must mean that that's more serious than a misdemeanor. I don't know what a misdemeanor is either. Sounds like my demeanor wasn't what they'd like it to be. Well, I got women and people in my life who all say the same thing about me. My whole family says it. So join the club, right?
Yep.
But yeah, man, they try to put a felony on me. So it's like at a certain point, I just circle. Here's where the cop admits in the signed affidavit that I gave him lawful notice that if he interferes with my property and rights, I will sue him and I will get compensation or generate remedy, right? I will create remedy or resolution for myself. That's not bribing. That's honorable lawful notice. Now, obviously, it would be a limited commentary communicating that idea, right? But I just go right down the paper, circle, explain, and then that's Exhibit A on record. The signed documentation where they either lied on an official document or a signed document. So now he's in jeopardy, right? And admitting they're making legal determinations that they're not trained for, admitting they're taking property without signed warrants. There it is. There's the confession. You want to know what the crime is? This guy in a service position interfered with my property and rights and took my property and admitted on a signed document he did it with no legal justification or lawful justification. Great. Let's see how you guys carry this one over. So they don't have it. They don't have legal process and procedure ever, and they're definitely not doing anything lawful. So it's like from either side, they're pretty much cooked. The question is, are they going to uphold that and be honorable, or are they going to try to steamroll you and play power games? It's literally the same thing I get on these panels. I come into these panels. I know I'm in the right. The facts show that I'm right. The audience, for the most part, is on board with it. And the people on panel are either going to get with this truth and move with it and move together, or they're going to fucking talk over me and play power games and try to steamroll me. And who's worse off for it at the end of the day? You could take my car and I could go to jail. You got to live in the slavery you're creating. I'm not creating it. So I'm not liable for it, right? That's on them. We have this idea that it's all about in the world and of it. They took my car. They cost me $200. I went 3 days in jail or 3 weeks or whatever. Yeah. That person has the worst karma ever now. They just generated slavery and demonism for themselves and everyone else. What do you think kind of karma you're going to get? See, this is part of being godly people, is stop worrying about the fucking consequences to our body and in this world. That's not the alpha and omega. That's not the end all be all. And if it is, the way that comes about over a long enough stretch of time is by the karma you're generating. So literally, all I have to do is just keep getting my property taken, keep going to a box. I don't like it. I don't want to do it, but I'm generating good karma for myself, and I'm putting them all in judgment. That's why I believe they don't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole, because they know I'm surrendered over. I go ahead and take the property again. Go ahead and put me in jail. I watched the cops who took property from me.
The whole thing too is it's your legal entity. Something I tell people too is you say you do whatever you wish to. You do whatever you wish to the defendant, as long as no harm comes to the man. You do whatever you wish. I don't care if you fucking put the defendant in jail. Destroy him. Kill him. Get rid of him. Matter of fact, I'm tired of dealing with this defendant. Just get rid of him. I'll make a new one. Right? Well, who's to say I couldn't go and do that? I tell people that because that's all they really care about. They just want to get a reaction out of you most of the time. Think that, like you said, it's a power trip, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to come about it, man.
Right.
There was one case that I came at it from the position of, I'm the authorized representative for the creditor or the, what would it be considered? I guess, yeah, the creditor or the accredited instrumentality. If we want to come at it from a banking perspective, I'm the secured party creditor, and this is the asset that I've been gifted to work within that realm. I'm the authorized representative for it. Who's going to come forward and generate charges for this entity and be liable for it. Because if you do it, you're liable for it. I'm the only one who should be generating charges like a charge account and signing for it. You guys are putting charges on this account that's supposed to be given to me for my usage so you guys can make a whole bunch of money and then try to hold the man as surety. You're trying to get paid twice. You know, I'm probably never going to call them out on their fraud directly, but I'm going to let them know that I understand that there's some kind of a securitized instrument being passed around here. There's some kind of banking process here. You guys aren't going to tell me you're coming here every day, and if I don't pay you in cash, you don't get paid. No, you get paid some way, somehow, right? And it's through these signatures, just like on the debt notes. This is a legal tender debt note promise to pay that we use as currency, but it's backed by nothing. It's literally a signed piece of paper. That's what they're looking for, right? They want to do banking, and the only way they can do that is by charging that entity and getting a signature from you or somebody else to write that off and balance the books. So we could do accounting, we could do banking, we could do checking, you know, checking and savings or credit and debit, however you want to look at it. But yeah, man, at the end of the day, does anyone really think there's a magic bullet to this, that there's a catch-all phrase or
there's not, and I need people to know that too.
You're in fascism and collectivism, and you're deep in it. And the majority of these judges and other people, whether they've been taught this stuff or know it or not, they either care or they don't. If they care, then they're going to lend you an ear, and they're going to move with you because there's really nobody on the other side, and they have some room to move, right? If not, they're going to say, fuck you. You know what we mean by United States. I don't give a fuck that it's an all cap name. I don't care about your orders and everything else. This is public safety clause, 11th to 14th Amendment. You guys are part of the body politic. You're presumed and assumed. If you don't rebut it, or even if you do, we're still going to presume that you're on this land and we think it's United States and you're subject to these codes. Because without that, in their mind, things are going to get really bad, right? That's just really the core of what they're operating on, some of them. Again, I couldn't be 6 for 6 right now in my favor if at least 6 of them on 3 or 4 different states didn't give me their ear and allow me to move the court and give me my will or the will, so to speak. Let it be done, right? It doesn't mean in the future that I won't be taken to task, and it doesn't mean in the future that one of these people who really believes in the system for safety isn't going to just throw everything I have to bring them out and say, you're going to a box, kid. Just like they did with Carl. Carl just sat in a box for 6 months. Who are we kidding? It's like the more you do this, the more you get set free and the more you have different challenges. And one of the challenges is to surrender and let go that none of us are God. And we're not completely in control of this. We're in control of what we do and don't do. And the rest is going to be history. And God's going to move on all these people one way or the other. Bet on it.
Well, the point on Carl, too, is that those guys played every single dirty pool in the book. It's not that they didn't even play any. Those guys over here, and this is the people I'm dealing with, these guys don't play by the rules. That's the whole issue, is this general district court has a whole nother thing that they do. It's a gang mentality. When you go up to the circuit court here, these people are a little bit nicer, and they'll play more by the rules because they're being watched. But the general district court, and what happened with Carl, it was all dirty pool from the beginning. Because when somebody gets arrested, there's going to be a pretrial assessment report that pops up, that generates, right? What kind of risk is this guy? That's all it is. It's just a risk report. And so Carl's the number one. He's nothing. Carl's been to court over 300 something times, so he's got a huge record. But at no point in time does it say, he missed it or he has any violent crimes or anything like that. So, but they still gave him no bail, no bond. And the only reason why somebody would get no bail, no bond is if it was a capital offense, right? Murder, rape, stealing somebody's kid, kidnapping. That'd be it. Anything else, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the thing that they'll do with me because it shouldn't be done with me or anybody. I wasn't there. I don't know what Carl did or said, and that's not an excuse for anything. But we know Carl to some extent, and we know me, and we're both kind of assholes at times, and we got a way of having a loud, big mouth and not wanting to go along to get along. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't be that or that we should be something else in order to get them to not do tyranny and corruption. But there's a good chance in my mind that Carl pissed off the wrong people, running his mouth and saying certain things, and they're calling him on it. Because I know me. There are times when I'm feeling myself and I'm in alignment with God and the truth, and I feel untouchable, and I tell the world to suck my dick in public. And that's when somebody gets a hair up their back to teach me a lesson. And maybe rightly so. Because that's where I'm losing sight of the fact that God is within me. I'm not God, right? It's a slippery slope on this wall of God is within me and I'm connected to it, but I ain't the God of this world. So you better fucking
I am, but I'm
lightly.
not.
You know, like Carl likes to come on here and he likes to do the bit, like he said to me yesterday, the bit non-bit. You guys, he says you guys too, like we're all, and I get it. I do some of the same stuff, but he doesn't differentiate. You guys got to have more fun. And I go, Carl, was it fun when you were in jail for 6 months? Like, let's cut the games, man. If it was so fun, well, then you'd go back. And you wouldn't be trying to teach people how to not go, right?
So I made it fun for somebody, right? And this is the most recent case I did with somebody. It was in Canada. He had obstruction. He was having some license issues, driving without a license. His car got impounded and stuff. And so I showed him how to have fun. It was hard because let's be honest, it's nerve-wracking going into the courthouse. It's nerve-wracking being at court. Nobody wants to be at court. Dude, I don't want to be at court. Just me going to the courthouse today just made me nervous. I hate being at that place. It's no good.
Yeah, the walk is exciting. It's inspiring. It's testing. It's challenging. It's rewarding. But a lot of this shit is not fun.
That's it, right? So I was making it fun for this guy as like, I had talked to him for about a month, going over every single different scenario I could possibly think of that the judge could say. Letting him know, like you were talking about, letting him know that I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot in legalese. I don't speak legalese. And so he went with that. After I gave him about 3 or 4 notices that he should put in first. And so after he put in the 3 or 4 notices, he told him not to novate, but go ahead. So then he went and did his bit. And so luckily he claimed the court and he got out of there. And then that was for one of the times. And then the other time was, and he said he was nervous going in there. He said, but once he started and he realized kind of the rules and what I was telling him was fact, like the procedure wise, he says it kind of got fun. And then the other time was we put in some notices for, I think it was an ID and his car, and the prosecutor just pulled him off to the side before court and just said, we're gonna just drop this. We're not gonna proceed. So. I mean, both times he was real nervous going in there, but I tried talking with him the best I can, letting him know. And like you said, correct it. The word you, say, I don't know who this you is, but I know I'm the man known as so-and-so. And another thing is if they say, hey, are you Paul? You say, what's a Paul? What's a Paul? Is that like a stick of butter? You see what I'm saying? He's going to have to say, well,
yeah, I'm a man,
well, no,
I'm a man that they refer to as Paul, right? That's the distinction.
Well, right, but they'll say, are you, right, but I'm saying, what's a Paul? You ask them that question. If they say, hey, are you Paul? You say, well, what's the Paul? Because they're going to have to say, are you man or defendant? And then you correct them on that too. Say, well, who gave I the title defendant? And that's when you go into your bit there, because every man has a right to compensation. It doesn't matter because first off, it goes God, man, and then man creates constructs. Constructs can control other constructs, but at no point in time can a construct control man. Now, the only time you could do that is if you volunteer for it. And that's why Carl says you stay away from the words no, not, or never. Because if you're made in the image of God, you can do anything. If my buddy wants to be a slave and says, I wish to be a defendant and I wish to do all this, he is perfectly right in doing it. But that doesn't mean it has to apply to I. So there's a distinction there. That's why it's so, you got to be so careful when you hear these words, no, not, or never. And if you hear it, you jump on it and you stay away from it too. Because I'm telling you, these judges know. And another thing I was telling this guy from Canada is when you act as man, you get one shot at this because it's a minefield. Because if you try to act as a man and you fail, the judge is going to get more pissed because you got him scared. Is what it is. You frightened him. He thought there was actually a man in front of his court.
Yeah,
Dude,
this is all pimping and hoeing dynamics, bro. If somebody shows up and tries to play tough with you and you realize they're just a bitch and they're wearing a mask, you're going to get doubly annoyed. Why try to play this with me when I'm not even looking for the problem? You came looking for the problem, and then when I give it to you, you ain't ready to take it. that's just annoying for any man, right? Just say who and what you are and stand on it one way or the other. Show me something. Make me feel something.
And that what's crazy is, but it's lifestyle, just like you, right?
This is
it's
why
a
I try not to
lifestyle.
argue with them, man. It's just that touchy, you know. I try to feel it out in the beginning. I go, do I have run of this court?
That's it.
I say a couple things, and I already know from the beginning, man. You got to read the room.
That's
Like
it.
this last one, the woman was smiling at me. She looked down at my
cool.
records. She gave me the smirk. I said, do you mind if I address this court before we move forward with anything else that you have to present? Because it seems that we don't have anyone on the other side. She said, go ahead, Paulie boy. She sat back. You know, and she let me go through. I said, I'm going to put my claim on record. I'm going to speak it out loud into the court. Just let me read my claim into the court. I went over it. And then I said, okay, where are we going here? Is there anybody else, you know, who has anything? And she said, okay, we're going to put this over. We're going to look at it and take a look at it next hearing, whatever else. Now, before I wouldn't even go back. I put that on record. I asked where the moving party is on the other side. When no one shows up, we're done. I don't care if they put out warrants or whatever. This time I wanted to see it through. Right. So she pretty much didn't do or say nothing with me the whole time. The correspondence was on record. She tried to do a throwaway at me. She said, you never signed waiver of counsel sheet. And I said, there's no legal or lawful requirement for me to sign waiver of counsel sheet. As a matter of fact, it's my understanding that your process and procedure is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that a vocalization is good enough. So I'm telling you here and now, as a man, that I do not require the services of an attorney, if you haven't noticed. Right. And then I even did one better. I said, if you'd like, I'll fax over a handwritten claim that you can put on file with your people, what, you know, whoever your accountants are, stating that I don't need the services of an attorney. Right. So I checkmated her right there. Why? Because on that service of counsel sheet that you sign, at the bottom of it or the top of it, the bottom half was sign if you're waiving your rights to service of an attorney. Above that on the same sheet was I, Paul, name, right, Paul Laporta, agree that I potentially did these things and I'm subject to this amount of time in jail. And they left it blank. And I go, I laughed. Once I saw, I said, I know what this bitch is doing. And I had to respect it, right? I had to give her the wink and the nod. She was running game on me. She wanted to see what was going to stick. If I'd have signed that paper, she goes, you got to come back down to the court. We need you to sign. She goes, the court would love to rule in your favor, right? And they use this term, the court, to take the liability off them. No, it's you. You're the woman acting as a magistrate who is going to do the service of running the court, putting on record what I am claiming, right? Because I'm the moving party at that point. I'm the one with all the juice in the room. You're my servant, and you're going to balance the books based on what I'm doing, right? So
that's what you got to ask.
I don't need to ask. I knew what position I was in. I can read the room energetically. I know when I'm in a power position and when I'm not. It's clear. Because when you ain't, they say, shut the fuck up, say another word, and we're going to throw your bitch ass in a box. They say things like, you will be appearing at next presentment. Bet on it. They talk like they got the goods. Even when they don't, they try sometime to talk like they got the goods. And then you got to call the bluff. Right? But again, I try to establish the rapport up front. I'm not here to argue and fight with you. This is going to be so easy, like I told her. I told the woman, I said, ma'am, I don't know you. I have no problem with you. And I was even going to go, I stopped myself, but I was even going to compliment her on her attire and looks, because she was looking kind of sexy on the bench, you know, powerful woman, right? But I stopped from going there. You know, I tried to not butter her up, but just establish off the bat, I'm not a belligerent combatant. I have no issue with you. Do you mind if I read my claim onto the record or into the record, press upon the record my understanding here of the correspondence that I already gave you that you looked at, since there's no one on the other side? Sure, Paulie boy, go ahead. Okay, this is this is that. This is what I intend to do. Anyone else? Prosecutor, turn the camera off. Don't say nothing. Nobody's there. Okay, no one else has movement of this court. I'm in the power position, right? So we went back to the second hearing. She gave me that option, that opportunity. The court would like to find in your favor. We just need you to sign the waiver of counsel sheet. I informed her that wasn't necessary, but that I would have no problem going out of my way, writing up, I do not require the services of counsel, sign, and I'll fax it over, because I don't have to sign your form. And if I did sign her form, I'd have been granting her jurisdiction, and I'd have been contractually admitting that I understood or stood under the potential consequence of those charges and the blank check that they had there. Because if you have a line that says you're charged with these things, do you understand that, and subject to X amount of days in jail, they left it blank. That's a blank check in my world. They could just say, you signed a paper with a blank statement of how many days you could do in jail. You're facing like 5 years, so we're going to fill in whatever we want there. Why would you do that, right? Why would you sign a blank check, essentially? Why would you sign a contract with a blank check on the line? You know, so once I told her that, she realized she had somebody here who could think and understand and talk on the fly, who was not belligerent combative, who the prosecutor wanted no fucking part of, because the last 3 times I went to court, they don't even talk. So now, once you get the prosecutor knocked out of the box, it's you and the administrator. The administrator's third party and impartial. They have no interest in this matter. They can't move the case. So it just makes it's a default judgment at that point, right? There's nothing to fight and argue about.
Sorry, I lost connection there for a second.
We got to get back to some optics here, some worldly optics. We got to balance out the legal lawful talk with some statism, fascism, collectivism. You know, people kind of get a little put off.
Yeah,
but that's what I believe he's saying. You know, I want to believe he's saying when he says it's fun, right? It's stuff like that. Like, I had fun going through the motions in between being afraid and having to remind myself, hey, bro, this is your career. This is what you do. You don't have a choice. So you're going to court because you decided to do all this, and you're going to win or do your best. Not win, but you're going to do your best to put the truth on record and leave the rest and get a testimony, right? The word testimony, the first word is test. How can you bear witness and testimony and get the testimony without the tests and challenges? So we don't have an option. Right. And the fact that I reduced it down to not having an option, well, now we got to play to some extent. Right. So that's what's quote unquote somewhat fun about it, is watching how they throw these fucking cards at you in these games and try to reflect back to you and get you up on the pimp game. Right. Because that's all they're doing. They're pimping and hoeing for all the slaves, and they're turning you into a man who can pimp on your own. Proper instruction motivates people. I'm not talking about selling body parts. Right? A player, you got to be able to move the court, and you got to have that energy and that focus and that understanding, and not let them throw you off. You know, not
correct.
Let them,
and that's why these quotes are so good too, because, you know, instead of saying all what you needed to say, you could say and. But again, like you said, you read the room, you know the room, and that's something that I tell people too. Is, dude, this isn't black and white. This isn't a magical phrase, oopta doopty, and you're fucking golden, dude. You're gonna read the room. You're gonna know.
I'm
what
not big on Carl's latest thing. And so what? Who cares? I get it. And at my core, who I am is right in line with that. We're both from New York. You know, we're both.
Yep. Exactly. I'm from the New England area too.
I get it, but you know, there is some art to this courting thing. You know, it's kind of like dealing with a woman. There is a fine line between being abusive and neglectful and just being a man who stands on business. Right? Or being belligerent and combative. I don't need to be belligerent and combative. Like, it's not, and so what, who cares? It's like, okay, I'll take that into consideration. But for now, here's who and what I am and what we're doing, and let's get it done. I'd rather inspire these people to action and want to work for me than create a resistance point with them. And to me, and so what, who cares? It's like throwing it in their face that they're wearing a dress and don't really have any power. That's the quickest way to get them to try to show you how they have some kind of power. Right? So I'm not going to that position, at least at this time. I may in the future, as I get even more old and tired of wasting time and playing games.
Yeah, exactly.
I may get to that point, right? So I'm not faulting him for that. But again, and so what, who cares, is probably how Carl got his ass put in jail for 6 months. Because people down on Virginia don't want to hear some guy from New York show up on their town and be 6'3", like we both are, coincidentally, be big guys, have a big mouth, be kind of a curmudgeon at times, talk your shit, right? Have some kind of empowered energy. And then when they show up to try to regulate, which they need to do for all the slaves who don't know God and the truth, you want to tell a man, so what, who cares? And they go, you know what? You're right. But watch this. Just like I wouldn't tell the Bloods and Crips, and so what, who cares? Because I'm not looking to die today. I'm not necessarily looking to go to the box today. I'm ready if necessary, but I'm not going to make it that. I'm going to do everything in my power to compel them to work for me some way, somehow. I'm going to offer them an opportunity and a way out, right? What does Sun Tzu say? Build your enemy a golden bridge for which they can retreat across. You don't put up a fucking blockade on the damn golden bridge. And so what? Who cares? Is like putting a block on the bridge. No, I say, here's the golden bridge. Please walk across it, because the alternative is we're all going to go into dishonor and bad faith here, and none of us are going to like it. And we don't need
Well, that's
to.
That's why you would say what would be the benefit. You never. That's why I say people use the word fail. You know, if you fail to see something, it's not so wrong. It's not incorrect. But just you don't say why should I don't like. Don't say I don't. I don't.
That's more like it. That's more like it. Again, this is coming from a person who's had to try to practice to perfect this art, because I am brazen at times. I am an asshole. People don't receive me well. Right. They don't like me. And then they get this thing in their head of, we're going to teach him a lesson. And I know where it comes from. Precisely that attitude and that perspective. They're just making a professional quote unquote man out of me, where they go, Paulie boy, you don't even have to be civilized everywhere in your life. Just show up here and do what you got to do and get this done, and you're back home. Right? It's like the thing that every counselor was trying to teach me all my life. They're still, in a way, having to teach me and Carl that, because we are belligerent. We are oppositional and defiant. We don't like being told what to do, and we don't like showing up with a bunch of clowns in suits who like to act as if. It's embarrassing. It's an insult to our intelligence. We know they're bitch-ass cowards at their heart.
Yep.
But beyond that, it's like, it ain't about that, man. The same way they would tell me in meetings at NAAA, Paulie boy, you got so much potential and talent here and ability, you can move the whole fucking world. Why are you stuck on this attitude and this energy? It doesn't work for you. It works against you. You know? It's just the reality of it, man. Carl and I have a way with words to the point where if we just came with a loving heart, nobody's going to deny us. Why come with the asshole perspective and the belligerence in order for them to throw out the gorilla baby with the bathwater, so to speak, right? You know?
Yeah, but like you said, like you said, you play the room. You could tell, but there's a time for it, right? There's a time to say and, when, who cares? But you always try to stay away from those no, nots, and nevers. That's what I really try to get people on too, because it's ridiculous. A lot of women say no, not, and never. You see what I'm saying? That's what women do. That's why you use the word.
Listen, man, I've gotten the other way with it. I just talked to a woman last night. 5 minutes, everything was lined up. She was the same age as me, 36, on the same. I said either God did this or Zuckerberg finally got the algorithm right. She was 36 like I am. She's on Arizona where I'm at. She's driving around with no plates, and like 4 other things that all lined up. 5 or 10 minutes into the conversation, she projected her trauma onto me and the situation. And I said, you know what? I'm good now. I have no more romantic interest, but we can still talk about whatever and then go from there. And, you know, it's like, so you want to know not and never me? Great. I dodged a bullet in that sense, right? When it comes to women and courting, right? You want to play this power game with me where we're here 10 minutes into a conversation and it's got to be about something else because it can't be about these things, because if it was, that would mean something. It's like, good. You got your way. No, not and never, right? I don't need to fuck, you know? I'm not doing this. It's just like the energy I bring to courting, right? I'm more and more learning that. I'm not here because I need to fuck. You know, quite frankly, I could do that on my own if I need to take care of that need, let off some steam, so to speak, right? I'm here for some level of true care and some fascination of the co-creational experience and the synchronicity, right? I'm here for something beyond that. That's the lowest level of it, right? You know, the same thing with courting, right? I'm not here to win and fuck you over or fuck. Right? I'm here because I truly care and I got something bigger going on. And I thought so do you. Do we want to co-create from that space? Or do you want to stay there? Right? On the it's all about fucking or no, not, and never. Right? We don't even need to go there or get into that. We're going to lead to that or we're not, right? So I don't know if I'm languaging that out properly, but
it's a spiritual awakening with the whole thing too. You know, like I know Carl doesn't do the whole spiritual thing a lot, but it really matters to know who and what you are. It plays a huge, important role.
I think that's one of Carl's sort of.
It really does, man, because
I think that's one of his blind
spots. It's not a name. You know, who you are isn't a name. I'm not a William Gonzalez. That's not who I am. That's just a name given to me by my mom and dad. But that's not me who I am. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people, when they hear. Give me 1 second, man. My dogs are going crazy.
All right, I want to answer this question while I'm here. Because I had it. It's interesting they ask it because I had it up. I'll use the keywords. We're out of the algorithm today. That's obvious. Paulie was a bad boy. He got a week straight, 50 to 80 subscribers, minimum a day, 5 to 50,000 views. And it's just, we're lucky, right? Don't even be upset. We're lucky we even got a week in the algo. And now we got to maybe take some time off because we're not nice people. These people over here, they're not nice people, very nasty people. Fake news, talking about rights and freedom. Legal relationship, Native Americans. I had the article up. I think I touched on it a while back. But we never really went into it. To me, is somewhat revealing. Now, look, I'm not going to be able to find it. It essentially outlined this idea that the quote-unquote federal government or corporation had a legal relationship with Native Americans, proving that they're not subject to their jurisdiction by default, but through contract. Right, through reservation. That's what reservation is spelled as, reservation. I wonder what they're serving over there. Through reservation and contracts, somehow, some way, we come back under a different reward, a different warden, to serve a different purpose or outcome, right? So, yes, Native Americans are born on the land. No, they don't have the citizenship, so it can't be presumed and assumed. Yes, they have an ability, supposedly, to take peyote and do drugs because they're outside the purview of civil rights and civil procedure, but they get dragged back in to some extent because they've created a legal relationship with the corporation known as the United States, and they've put themselves on reservations where they're serving something that they're most likely not aware of. That's how this thing works. It's great with the words and terms and getting you in spiritual covenant and contract with the deceiver, getting you to do its will rather than the will of God and the will of the naturalized people who are born on this land, if they know who and what they are and what is carried out here, right? What is proceeding. So,
yep, and who and what you are is very important. You know, Carl didn't talk about it because it took Carl so long to figure it out, right? It took him 7 years. He told the story of him doing the federal court stuff, walking in the federal court, and the judge says, or the prosecutor, one of the federal prosecutors said to him, "Dude, when you learn how to be man, you know, everything will be ready for you." And he's looking at his family standing behind him. Like, what the hell are you talking about, man? I've been taking care of my family my whole life since I was like 13 years old. What do you mean I'm not man? So it's a journey that every man has to go on his own to figure this out. You know, that's why it's hard to, you could beat somebody to death with the knowledge, but it's got to be something within them, within that man that awakens. You know, Carl got awakened a while ago when he was doing his kid stuff, fighting Alabama, you know, fighting Virginia, you know, for however many years, 12 years or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Took him 7 years to figure it out, how to get in and out, how to get his kid back. It took him a while, man. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so that's what's important. That's why I say, you know, who is not your name, who is within you. You know, what I am is man. You know, I don't have a name to the who. If I created a name for myself, sure, maybe.
Well, I say the opposite way. I say who I am is a man called Paul. What I am is, on some level, pure conscious and awareness and animating force, the closest thing to God in this realm, if not God itself. I'm not
gonna say no.
Say again?
You know, yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, I believe there's a what behind all of these who's on one side or the other. And the key is blending in a way or finding a harmony with the light and dark, the quote unquote good and evil, because it's all here serving a higher purpose that's beyond our comprehension. We only get flashes and reveals of what it is. And that's good enough, quite frankly, because it tells the tale, right? It comforts us in knowing why we're doing what we're doing and what for, so to speak.
Well, not only that too, it started waking people up most recently with you know, unfortunately the assassination just happened. You know, there was a huge.
According to the TV, I'm not going to state that some guy was killed because they're not above using AI. They're not above whacking people in public either and blaming it on a bunch of other people. So we don't know what went on, right? That's the first place you have to come to get more and more godly. Is the recognition we don't know beyond a certain point. We can speculate all day and, you know, play the games and do the broadcast. But at the core of it, we don't know, right?
Yep.
We presume and assume, or we go on our experience till that all changes along with our perspective, right?
Yep. Exactly.
That's why
man.
I
It's
oftentimes say I don't know anything about law or even or legality or the law. I know what I've been exposed to and how it has worked for me, but at the core, I just know what I'm going to do and not do till that changes, right? I don't really know anything else. I don't even know that. I can see, there we go. I could say I know that. I don't even know what I'm going to do in the near or lengthy future, right? Completely, right? So
well, the funniest thing is the only thing I could prove is I exist.
yeah, so the statement comes down to I only know in the now what I'm going to do and not do. And even that I may have to look on later and go, why the fuck did I do that? You know?
Well, it's all present. It's all present tense. So when speaking, the best you can, you speak in the present form.
Right.
You know, you try to stay away from the past participles. You stay away from the future, the INGs. You talk in the now because you exist now. You have no idea if you're going to exist in the future. God knows if I walk out of the courthouse, I might get schwacked just, you know, walking across the street. You know, I have no idea. So that's also a very important thing. It's always talking with these people in the present tense as well. You know, don't give them any leeway to play with the words.
All right, we got to go to some optics.
Optics?
I just checked my time here. We're coming up almost on the third hour. I got to get to some of these optics. So mute up if you can. I'm going to switch over. You're not going to hear anything unless you're watching the broadcast. But yeah, let me get through some of this. I may come back to you at some point. I may not. I don't even, this is the thing. I don't even know what I'm doing in the now. I just said I did, but I don't completely. I just know I'm deciding to go to optics. We'll take it one by one. I want to get through some of these because I keep putting them up there and I'm not getting to them. Federal agent during violent DC arrest. Liberals already ruined this country. This is precisely the problem. The statism and fascism, right? And the fact that you now have armed agents who are going around snatching people up and bringing them to glorified concentration camps and claiming the other side is the reason why, right? I'm not pushing fear porn here, but this is a thing. It seems. I didn't happen to me. Didn't happen to me, and it hasn't happened around me yet, but it seems this is real. Seems potentially this is a thing, and this is potentially a dangerous place to be historically, right? But very predictable. Best of times, worst of times. We're here with hundreds and thousands of people doing what's true and what's right, challenging on some level, pushing an idea into the mainstream, making them have to respond or update what they're doing, right? Getting results and dismissals on some level. But I just got thrown off. I just heard something and it threw me off. That's how ADHD I am. But let's go to it. Now I lost it. Forget it. It doesn't exist. That was my Rubio. I never went to my Rubio either. Doing a horrible broadcast today. Who knows why when it comes here? People just feel sorry for me. It's really what it is. Okay, there it is. Federal agent during violent DC arrest. Quote, liberals already ruined this country. How poetic.
Yo, fuck you. Fuck you. What's he doing? Fuck you.
Fuck, you alright, dude? No. Hey, pull Chris off. Pull Chris off.
Fuck this.
Hey, yo, stop. Back the fuck up. Yo, get the fuck out of this city.
Get out of the city,
bro. Get out of our city. Choke yourself out.
We're right here, man.
Turn it.
Why are you guys here? Answer questions, bro. Why are you guys here? Do you even have identity?
All right, I'll answer the question for him on the off chance he's listening, because you and your whole family and everyone before them and everyone before them 10 generations back have kept voting and paying tax and complying with code and not learning the law and not testing and challenging and not holding them accountable. And now we're so deep into a Cold War, corporatist, fascist takeover that two sides of the non-country, self-defined as a corporation, are literally going to use this system to rip it down the middle, right? They're going to tear it apart from both sides and play both sides against the middle. So it's exactly what's going on. You're basically witnessing the rumblings of another Holocaust. Okay, people being taken off in the middle of the night, being brought to concentration camps, no due process, being questioned, potentially being deported, even United States citizens, not just the brown Mexicans. Didn't I tell you people that, see, I have a criminal mind, and you should be lucky that I'm using it to reveal all this criminality to everybody. I'm literally like that magician who, instead of just sawing the lady in half and making you think it really happened, he put on a mask and came on the TV back in the day and then showed everybody, no, we're not really sawing the woman in half. Look, no, we're not really disappearing the car. Look, there's a mirror, you know? So I'm using my criminal mind to tap into the Lucifere within me to expose it and reveal it to all of you. Because I think it lives within all of us to some extent, right? The question is, can you rein it in? Can you perform an arraignment like they do at court? Rein it in and get jurisdiction over it and direct it to some extent. I believe that is potentially our task. So you're so deep into this now that we're now watching videos of people hopping out of unmarked cars with masks on, cartel style, and taking people off to who knows where without due process, without warrants, because you all don't want to learn the law and you don't want to stand your ground. And then when they do show up, you want to go, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you is not the answer. Fuck you is going to be the answer, right? It's the point of yelling fuck you to people who have you by the balls, because you've given all your fucking power and value and resources over to them, because you've forgotten about what's true and correct and what's eternal here, the experience of God, so to speak, and what made this country great. You've forgotten about all of that. So great is not telling them fuck you either. It's not necessarily getting violent with them. This is what you've all manifested. You created this. I and others have been begging you and others for dozens of years at this point to stop with the slavery and the corporatism and the fascism. Stop cooperating and complying. Start getting it in your blood. Start practicing. No, you don't want to do it. So this is what you get. A nation of sheep will be ruled by wolves. Okay? And that's just cause and effect. It's exactly how it's supposed to happen. Till you guys get your head out of your ass, find your mind, heart, and balls, stand on some real business, stop being belligerent and combative with them, and not even really going all the way. It'd be one thing if you were belligerent and combative and pulled a gun on these motherfuckers and put it in their face and told them what was going to happen. You're not doing that. And I wouldn't support that either, because on some level, the shaitan wants that. That's the initial reaction to, we didn't do the work. We're not who and what we're supposed to be. We didn't get the results we want. And now you're going to beat your wife because she went tyrannical, right? Because you didn't do what you were supposed to do and be in the leadership position and allow her to reflect that back. See? It's called radical accountability, responsibility, and understanding we're not going to get what we want and like now. And that's there to make us do what we need to do. And what we don't need to do is become like these people and try to fight them and get violent and all the rest of it. Because this thing's hoping for that. And that's going to get us to all fight each other and kill each other and waste resources and make everybody go broke and do distractions while they cover up the lists and the human trafficking and all the rest of doing behind the scenes, right? It'd be great fog of war, smoke and mirrors. While they then pass global legislation behind the scenes. Don't do it. Don't get involved in it. The answer is radical accountability, authenticity, responsibility, non-compliance, and remedy and resolution. And to avoid the temptation of feeding into becoming like these people. Right? Because if we all become like these people, then all hope / good faith, more importantly, and honorability is lost. It's gone. It's over. You know, there may come a time for the sword. This is not that time, as far as I can tell. But we're getting close. Historically, I won't be a part of it as much as possible. At this point, I'm an official minister, even with a card. I filled out the paperwork years back and got the card because the guy at rehab told me to. I didn't really know where I was or what I was supposed to do in life or with my life, fresh out of rehab, fresh off drugs. He said, you have a talent and ability and a vision, and you need to cultivate that and use that to make your life in this world a better place. Go become a minister. So I went and got the card. You know, so at this point, I'll just show my card and I'll let anybody know. Bloods, Crips, Latino cartel, Trenderagua, whoever shows up in passing, whenever Civil War, World War they're doing, they'll pass my area, my encampment out in the woods on a trail. You know, maybe my fellow man needs some food and water. That's okay. I'll help you out on either side, but I don't want to be a part of your games. I'm not going to fight some war of attrition for the cosmic masters to harvest all the negative energy from all you people just to start back at square one, right? You know, it's really not who and what I am in my heart anyway. I'm really not a killer. That's why I don't eat meat. You know, I can kill if necessary, if I absolutely have to, if I go into survival mode instinct, but it's just not who and what I am day to day generally. It's not who I want to be, right? So I believe everyone else has nothing to gain by entering into this animating contest of liberty beyond the point of just living free and surrendering the rest. Fighting and doing revolution, complete circle, is how we got here. It's not going to help. We need resolution for the first time ever. That means guns down, no more fighting. We're not going to play into this dynamic. We're opting out. We're not complying. Take us all to the box or line us all up and put a bullet in us, like your boy says. You know, back in the day, back when we were strong, when we weren't weak, it was like bing, bong, a bullet to the head, right? Let's go back to that. Line us all up, God's people, put a bullet in our head, take us, our physical body, kill our physical body and take our spirit up out of here and send us home anyway, right? This place ain't our home. What the fuck am I going to fight you for to struggle to keep whatever I got here that isn't mine completely and is going back to whoever, whatever after this, that God allowed me to use in the meantime? I'm not fighting to keep my body or a place here. This has never been home for me. That's the reality that we've all had to come to at some point, whether we like to say that or not, whether that makes us sound crazy and suicidal and all the rest of it. I'm not saying I want to die. I have a will to live now more than ever after getting physically sick. Yeah, I want to be here. I got more to do and more to be a part of and just more to experience and bear witness and testimony. But ultimately, if it comes down to that, well, then that's God's will. And you just send me back to wherever the fuck I came from and where I'm meant to be. Because this world in it, but not of it, is not a home for the Holy Spirit and pure conscious and awareness. It's a proving ground in a sense. It's not home. So, yeah, that's a different perspective, right? And that's exactly the same perspective that the Muslims have tapped into. And this is why it's religion aside. I don't care if you're Christian, Muslim, this, that, the third, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same experience. We're here for a limited time to discover these truths, to live it and do it. If they want to take our body and whatever extends off of us and send us up out of here, that's their will. That's their karma. We probably can't stop that, you know? And the reality of it is they can't kill everybody or bring everybody to a box. So they can never extinguish this light, this fire, right? Just can't be done. It's an inherent aspect of creation. Always has been here, will always be here. Okay, we did the MAGA. Let's go Michael Savage on Charlie Kirk.
Something's wrong.
Something.
I know I shouldn't do this.
All of a sudden, 40 years into the grid, he's finally waking up this
guy.
guy.
Up against this FBI, the MAGA FBI, something's very wrong with what I just heard. I mean, I watched it. I was hoping that they had caught the bastard who shot Charlie. So we saw a video of a person jumping off the roof. It looked very legitimate to me. However, there was no rifle in his hand. Now, the Mauser does not break down very easily, incidentally, for those of you who know weapons. Something's wrong with the whole thing. They're trying to claim he removed the barrel from the Mauser and fit the receiver and stock in his backpack and barrel in his pants leg all in 2 seconds. It is not easy to remove a Mauser barrel or index it after reinstalling and remain accurate. We are not hearing or seeing reality. And by the way, the photo of the rifle allegedly left in the woods has the barrel installed. So we're supposed to believe a guy is on the run after killing Charlie Kirk, and he pauses in the woods to reinstall a barrel, and he leaves it for us to find, the FBI to find. I don't believe a word of it. I shouldn't do this. I know I'm putting myself at risk, but I can't take it anymore. I can't take the bullshit from this fucking government. It's lying to us. Something's wrong.
Something that's wrong to me is all the Zionist shills who've been making millions for decades pushing propaganda and pulpit pimping, right? All the house slaves, right, are all of a sudden waking up. So either there is a cosmic movement here where everyone's waking up, even the statist propagandists, fascist mouthpieces, or they've all been given the script that now comes the time where you're going to finally talk about, you know, at this fever pitch of like patriotic fury, false patriotic fury, we're now going to bring out all the usual mouthpieces to do a 180 and to get everybody whipped into a frenzy. Your government's fucking lying to you. No kidding. We've been saying that for decades. We're not going to yell and scream and curse about it beyond a certain point because it's literally all cause and effect. You all created all this. You want to yell about it? Dude, you're the one who's been voting, Michael Savage and all the rest of you, paying slave tax to fund this thing, sticking up for Israel for decades upon decades, playing one side of Americans against each other, right? One side against the other. For decades, you've all made a quiet fortune off of it. Now we're doing the 180. Maybe they're lying to us. Maybe they're doing psychological operations on us. Oh my God, the conspiracy theorists were right. And you're coming out right as everybody's whipped into a frenzy because I believe that, you know, they may not even know they're doing it. The spirit wants the war. It's going to keep doing it. Just like it did 4 or 8 years ago, right? Perfect timing. Now they're doing Charlie Kirk Day. They're setting up for it a month from now. And it's the same day as George Floyd Day. So we're going to see the both sides out in the street clashing. And they're setting the table for it, right? Even the most propagandist mouthpieces are setting the table for the civil unrest and the potential civil war because we're at that point. Slaves are already woken up. They know rights and freedom now. They're learning the law from people like me and Carl and others to some extent. They're seeing we have power and value. They're opting out at record amounts. That's why the IRS just hired 80,000 people because now they got to chase around hundreds of thousands of people who are no longer paying into the beast system matrix. So of course that's happening. And of course Shaitan's going to get right out ahead of it and go, we're going to get these people to fight each other and kill each other because the alternative is they're going to wake up and they're going to opt out and they're not going to pay us anymore. And they're not going to ask us for permission to use their fucking property and have a livelihood. They're finally going to live free. So we got to bring in the civil war, the world war, the economic collapse, and the famines and the biological terrorism, right? Right. And these dunces don't even know that they're a part of it and they're doing it and they're being animated by some deceptive force. Let's hear more from Mikey and then we got to get back. I never even finished that other video. I'm all over the place here.
Something
need to be
so
medicated.
wrong. It's sickening.
Like Mike Savage, I need to be medicated.
Look at this idiot. They found the rifle and they're getting the prints. Are you stupid? Are you that stupid?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Are you that dumb? The man jumps off the roof. There's no rifle there. Oh, it's in his backpack. I just told you, moron, that this rifle doesn't break down that easily.
Where's Savage on 9/11, by the way?
On the run. Wait, I'll stop now and reassemble it and leave it in the...
Get through this clip. What about Mike Savage and Sean Hannity on the TV? Are you going to come out and apologize for calling everybody crazy for asking questions, or do you get it now? Do you get it? Have you made enough money to finally get it and talk about it to everybody else? Or have your handlers finally allowed you to talk about what the fuck we've always known, that you've all gaslit us for decades saying we were all crazy? I was there in the car with my father saying, it's crazy. Don't these people see this? And have my father go, Paul, you're crazy. Go back on your meds. We're going to take you to the asylum. He actually brought me there at one point. I was smoking PCP at the time. I haven't used drugs in 10 years. Please, we all have a checkered past, okay? I feel like I'm running for office here at times when I bring up my past history. I have to give the caveat. Well, we did it. It was a little bit. It was PCP. It wasn't a problem. Wasn't a big deal. I don't see why you're still on that. You're still on the PCP thing in the Epstein list. I was on the PCP list. I wasn't on the Epstein list. Okay. If that gets me any points here. But I remember being gaslit by my father. And then the guy who was my father's daddy, whose voice came out of the radio, gaslit him to gaslight me. And now the same guy decades later is admitting it's all bullshit. They're doing psychological warfare operations on us. Okay. Where does that begin? Are you going to like come out and do 4 hours on every time you called us all crazy calling in, saying 9/11 was a setup? The 6 wars in the Middle East, all the fucking setup off of that jump off point, on and on and on, the left, right nonsense. None of it. None of it's real. You're crazy if you think so. Now they're coming out all at once with it. So this is in a way momentous, even if it is somewhat scripted. It's a little too on time for me, a lot of this stuff. But again, that might be how God works. It's literally pulling everyone to a concrescence point where everyone has to speak the name. Everyone has to speak the truth. There is no more wishy-washy wavering and nonsense. The veil is lifted. All knees shall bow. It might be a little bit of that too, right? I might just be so conditioned and gaslit that I see paranoia and psych warfare around every corner. This may just be an organic, authentic spiritual movement in consciousness that has actually pervaded the upper echelons of politicos and the modern day bourgeois class, if I have that right. I believe it's the bourgeois class, right? That would be considered these politicos, right? It's a better terminology. All the white bread, white hats, the Upper East Side with the $1 million condos who get on every day to gaslight a whole audience to just keep voting and paying tax. And if you do anything outside of that, you're a crazy sovereign citizen, right-wing racist terrorist, or you're a fucking libtard and we want to drink your tears, right? Always that game we play. Maybe that game's finally coming to an end.
Woods in a box, wrapped in a towel. He left breadcrumbs. Oh, and the trans stuff on the cartridges. Bullshit. Something is wrong with this whole fucking picture. I am persona non grata in this White House. I will tell you right now. I flew with Donald Trump in Air Force One.
Here we go.
I consider him close to me. I have not been able to get near him since this administration took hold. They have thrown me out. They've castigated, thrown me in the desert. They don't want me near them. They don't want real truth tellers near them. Sean Hannity immediately, that pimp scumbag, goes on the air and repeats the government lie, that lousy son of a bitch. How the fuck does Sean Hannity live with himself? Something's wrong. I know I should.
Trouble in paradise. I haven't checked in on Savage in probably about a good decade. Over the last decade, he must have went through his own trials and tribulations and semi-awakening. Sounds like he's a bit frustrated. Maybe he had to take a pay cut to tell the truth. Hey, Mike, welcome. It's all it really matters. Welcome to a place where you, as you're ready to die soon, finally got to the position where you're ready to take a pay cut and do what's true and what's right and not suck dick for a living and repeat the narratives. And now all of a sudden you're going to see the reason it's also too a little on time. If it's organic and authentic, great. Nobody's irredeemable. Everyone has a shot to come back to the truth and have a position as a broadcaster or whatever. But why should we listen to you? If you've always been a dyed-in-the-wool statist slave who's for voting and paying the slave tax and calling any one of your audience who's not with that a bad person, why should we believe you now? Because you're on the other end of the treatment, right? Good. Sit in it. Deal with it. Live with it. Understand you're way ahead of the game. There's a lot of folks who never got a shot at Main Street and the front line because of who they've always been and what they've always known and what they're willing to say and not say. Little too convenient for me, just like Glenn Beck and all the rest now coming out as revolutionaries, ivory tower revolutionaries. All the ex-hippies who went conservative over the last 40, 50 years, whatever it is. They're all revolutionaries now because they got a new book to put out. Did you buy my book? It's How to Become a Revolutionary over a 40-year career of statism and gaslighting. Right. Tell us all about it. When Mike Savage and Glenn Beck and Sean Hannity and all these people, it's interesting how he trashes Sean Hannity. Now, they used to all be in a similar, if not the same camp, right? They used to stand for the same thing. Now he's a pimp and he doesn't like it. When you folks stop complying and cooperating and actually see the inside of a courtroom because you're not a statist fascist pig, I'll start to believe you. Until then, it's all fluff. It's all lip service. All amounts to nothing. Imagine this. These are the voices of our generation, right? Michael Savage, Mark Levinstein, Curtis Sliwa. Who's the other clown he used to sit with? Kubi, Bill O'Reilly. I could go on. These are the voices of our generation of common sense. You know, they're so out of the box and resolutionary and revolutionary, don't you know, right? They are revolutionary. They just go in complete circles till they spin out at some point. But even that's fucking beyond tragically comical and laughable. You couldn't get any more, whether they know it or not, agent-y, duped out type of folks to be the mouthpieces of one side or the other of the issue. All right, let's move forward. Let's finish that video because I never finished it. Don't let me jump around. Keep an eye on me because the guy has yet to say the key phrase.
On you? Who are you guys?
Just yell "fuck you" at him too. In the meantime, fuck you.
Yo, can we see some badge?
Meanwhile, there's a crowd in the back cheering.
Are you?
I love this.
Yo, why you gotta wear the mask, man? Take your mask off and show me some badge, huh? Bro, it's so easy to behind the mask.
USA.
Yo, let's see some badge. Yo, let's see some badge work. Boys, let's see some badge work. You have to answer to you? You gotta answer to somebody. So, wait, so you guys are just masked? We're just masked up? Who are you? Who are you guys?
They're your daddy.
You don't care what agency? You don't care. Bro, what agency you guys with? Are you guys working for the U.S. government or not? Back the fuck up. Can I see some badge work, sir? Back up. Sir, can I see some badge? Is the camera on? Is your... Oh, you guys are ruining this country. You know that, right? Liberals already ruined it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can we see some badge work, guys?
See, especially, it's not even especially when you have a political fascist takeover, the people in uniform who are masked, they got a gripe against their fellow Americans. Liberals already ruined it. It's the how stupid could you be? Just when I think I'm vomiting now. Excuse me. Just when you think you can't be more put off by how moronic these apes are, these chimpanzees in masks and bulletproof armor, you know, they say things like this. The liberals already did it. Is it really? Is it really just the liberals, dumbass? Or is that what you want it to be? So sick of these people. Bring the damn fire in the wave already. This whole fucking place needs a cleansing. Let's be real about it. This is who's at the levers from top to bottom. Donnie Trump's the best you got in between Joe Biden, and these are the best agents you have for the state. Running around in masks and unmarked cars and saying things like, the liberals ruined the country. No, it's all of you. Then there's me, stuck in the middle with you. That's all that comes into mind. That's all it starts looping in my mind. You know, some kind of bizarre simulation I'm a part of where the majority just doesn't know where they are, what planet they're on. And I'm stuck in the middle with you. The rest of you who realize, no, it's all of you. All of you have done this. And the worst part is you're never going to find out about it or realize it. And you're always going to blame each other, no matter what the fuck the rest of us try to do and say. You're just that mind and heart controlled and culted the fuck out. You're just that divided and conquered. So someday here, this broadcast is going to get passed around. Someone's going to get it. They already have been. And they're going to get it. They're not only going to get it, they're going to get it. Right? And they're going to realize, oh, maybe it isn't just the fucking liberals or the right-wing Republicards. It's all you politards in general. All you politards who watch TV and follow the 80-year-old men and their deception receptions. Right? They get together, their little reception rooms, they have their conferences, and they figure out how they're going to lie and deceive you all out of your property and rights, and you all keep supporting it and blaming the other side of voters. They got you right where they want you. And this is exactly how they use you to carry out atrocities, because they're going to get you to dehumanize the other side, and they're going to get you to take the other side off and try to kill them. Okay? And they'll say, Polly boy, you shouldn't say that. That sounds like a movie, and that's really sensationalized. No, that's world history. Every land on this world from the beginning of time does this dance. And this is exactly how it goes down. The other side did it. They're evil, and they got all sides doing it now. Both sides are right where they want them, saying the other side's the reason why everything's bad. They're bad and wrong and evil, while both sides tear this place apart from the middle. And now they have agents in masks. And the reason you put someone in a mask, see, this is why they practiced the last 5 years, is so they can get more comfortable with doing criminality, because it's not really them. See the sub-psychology? These people are masters at it. They say, let's get a new force and branch of the government, and let's hide their identity so they can get more comfortable with doing harm to that opposition they've now dehumanized. This is all psychological warfare tactics on how to train an army to do horrific acts and feel no compunction about it. Right? They have zero logic, ethic, or morality, or sort of core reaction to the immorality they're going to be a part of, because they've been trained to dehumanize the enemy, and the enemy's their fellow man on both sides. So they're going to hide their identity, make it comfortable to harm the other side who they've dehumanized by blaming for all the atrocities. And this is all organized and coordinated, if not physically by the corporation, spiritually by Shaitan. It happens every land with every people the exact same way. And it's not a coincidence that I just watched the video yesterday. The cops are getting more and more fascistic and Nazi with their garb. They're now with the leather straps and the button-up thing on the side. They literally look like Nazi troops out of the books we used to study in social studies in middle school. And they're getting in your window now and going, give me your papers. Let's see who you are and what you... We're there again. We're there in another Holocaust. They're dressed exactly the same way. They've demonized each other on both sides. And the politicos are going to take advantage of this. And they're going to get them to destroy each other because they've dehumanized them. And they've taken away all consequences for them to be identified with. And because they're a bunch of godless nihilists, they don't care what happens to them or the world or anybody else, as long as they can feel powerful and in control while they're destroying everything and being anti-American, anti-Christ, anti-life, and anti-rights, because they all go together. They all go hand in hand, oddly enough, it would seem. These are literally the same scum who say they want cheaper gas. They don't give a fuck if Gaza and the women and children burn. You want me to bring up those clips? Want me to bring up all the MAGA tards and the other people say, fuck Gaza. They're all a bunch of Hamas terrorists. Right. Dehumanize them so you could do atrocity on them and get all the bad karma for paying for that. And you all love it. You want hell on earth here. You're doing everything you can to bring in hell on earth here. And you know why? Because the people who run State of Israel say, well, we need to bring in the Armageddon. This is how we bring in Mashiach and whatever the fuck else they're involved in. So they literally have given themselves over to being part of doing horrific evil worldwide in order to supposedly bring back the Messiah. They're not wrong. Maybe they know something I don't. We all have to be a part of doing and creating this evil. Maybe they know something I do know, but just don't want to accept fully, right? They're just playing their role completely, you know? I don't accept that though. I'm not going to feed into that. You know, that dynamic may exist. It may go on from the beginning till the end of time. Doesn't mean I have to be a part of it to fulfill the law. I don't necessarily believe we have to kill, steal, and destroy over and over again beyond a certain point in order to get the message and live what's true and what's right. Maybe to some extent, because that is on the reflective level, my background and my history. But I had to be involved in that. I had to do this to do that. Well, the world has the same walk, right? At what point do you go, you know what? I've seen enough. I've done enough kill, steal, and destroy. I see the results and the fruits of my non-labor. And now I'm going to spend the rest of my life putting myself to doing good works and creating something that's worthy of lasting here, right? I guess we shall see. I don't know, maybe these people there's a thin line, I guess. We'll go to that cliche to try to cope. There's a thin line between genius and insanity. When I see these people with their outfits and their garb and their rituals, and they got the wrap with the Saturn square tied around their forehead and around their arm, and they can't eat on this day and can't mix the milk with this and all this other crap, I think these people are insane. All of them. Not just the Zionists and even the Orthodox ones. All of these religious fanatics and these politicos are all insane. Maybe I'm one of them. That's what this broadcast is revealing to me right now in real time. We're all involved in this. We're all in this together. We're all involved in a holographic reflective simulation where we're all either partly or completely insane. And seemingly we're all creating our own self-chosen suffering for ourselves and each other till we finally get sane again. We finally come back to some semblance of co-creational peace and balance and harmonious practice. Maybe, and we just, maybe, I'll keep it in that. Maybe, and I just don't want to accept that completely.
Hey guys, already ruined it. No number, no ID, no name. This is a democratic process.
No number, no ID, no. It's even pathetic listening to you onlookers now try to go against this because you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. No number, no ID, no name, as if they had that. And would it matter? Does it matter to you at this point? Oh, they pulled out a paper and they have an ID and now they're going to take you off to a box and do what they want with you. That would make it okay, right? If they had that. If they had a signed warrant that was commensurate with the first 11 amendments of the non-constitution you're not a party to, then it'd be okay, right? If we just write down, if we just posit and write down some semblance of formality for how we're going to slave you and take your property and rights, we might entertain it, right? That just shows how much of a slave mind dunce you are, camera holder. As if that made it okay if they present paperwork for their wrongdoing. Get a fucking clue. Just in him resisting this off to the side with the camera proves exactly why it is happening the way it is. Because in the middle of tyranny and lack of logic, morals, and ethics, you're looking for paperwork and invoice. Because that would make it all okay in your slave mind. That's how deep we are into this. Let's move along. I'm gonna get through a bunch of these. Rapid fire. That's my intention. I know I won't get it done, but GOP bill, the grand old party, right? Yeah. Grand old party. Bill to empower Marco Rubio to revoke passports draws public backlash. House Republicans eyeing legislation that would give the Trump administration and security estate Marco Rubio. Wasn't Marco Rubio a guy who Donnie said he hated and was a little boy? Was a pathetic, weak little man, but you made him your head of security, right? Isn't it how it always works? Just like he said Hillary would be in jail, and then he turned around and said, well, I don't want to say anything bad about her and her family. Yep, that's the political science game. House Republicans, blah, 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 blah. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, particular broad powers to revoke American citizens' passports. By the way, do you notice how these people always use these different words at different times? It's weird how they swap them out. Normally, it'd be United States citizens. In this article, it's American citizens. I wonder what the difference is. Is there a difference? Do we even care? Are we going to look into this? No, most people are not. It's all the same. It's all the same. Doesn't matter. So is it possible Marco Rubio and the other fascists are being paid by the centralized bankers to stop a grassroots movement of quote unquote sovereign citizens who've corrected their status with their passports mainly? So they could travel more freely in their car or otherwise change the status and the jurisdiction. Is it possible that these weak clowns don't want to give up the game and want to try to use legislation to interfere with that process? Maybe in my paranoid mind, you know how I am. It's all got to relate back to me and what I'm doing. But I don't deny that it does on a logical level. Makes sense. This news comes as members of the Trump administration have threatened to use their official powers to silence and intimidate political opponents. Critics of deceased MAGA influencer Charlie Kirk. Right, the people who were the party of conservatism and free speech now want to use legislation to stop people from talking about a dead guy. Hello. That's how you know you just got gamed. It was just that easy. Newsflash for everybody. The Charlie Kirk whole thing all amounts to just taking more of your property and rights. Who could have seen that coming, huh? Sorry, my sixth booster. I just got my sixth booster the other day. It just kicked in. I can feel it kicking in. That's how you know it's working. When you start twitching, you know it's working. That's what they tell me. MAGA influencer. Can you imagine this? They just created a world within a world where they just argue about the world within the world and ignore everything outside of that so that it's not real and they're the only things that matter. More psychological warfare operations. Charlie Kirk isn't an influencer. If he is an influencer, he influenced the whole generation to be statist, fascist slaves. Do you want me to pull up the video of Charlie Kirk not letting some guy come up to speak because he knew he was going to trounce him? So he told him, go get a permit to speak here if you want to ask me questions. That's not what we need, folks. That's not Americana, folks. One thing if somebody wants to come to the event, interfere like they do in my chat box, scroll, project onto me, interfere, try to distract and disrupt. Yeah, it's not an open air free speech market where you can just do and be whatever you want, interfering with other people's rights and abilities, interactions and services. But somebody coming up to address something you're saying and trounce you with it, and you won't let them because you know what's coming, and ask them to go apply for a permit is the issue, is the problem. Charlie Kirk was not the solution. He is and was the problem. A whole bunch of middle American, middle class, lily white, white bread, fascist statist, corporatist, policy following, insured slaves, the ICBM, the inauthentic corporate beta males who don't stand for what's true and what's right and collect big paychecks to propagandize and lie to everybody. They're the fucking problem. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side you look at it from, because it all has a greater purpose, as we know, that's the majority of your content creators on here as well, if you haven't noticed. They're not influencers. They're not doing anything different than everybody else. They're carrying water for these organizations and these ideals that are detrimental to the individual and the collective as Americans. Fuck, as world citizens, if you want to use the term citizen, owing allegiance to. We'll use it for colloquial purposes, right? So again, you get the government and the influencers you deserve because most of the population is like that. They're a bunch of democratic weak slaves. They don't want to tell someone to fuck off, that they're not going to do what they're told, right? You know, they don't want to opt out. So they find a home and a place within the system, arguing left-right politics, cashing checks to be a coward and a fraud, denying the reality that folks like myself bring forth, because that's unconventional and unpopular. It's not profitable to talk legal, lawful, sovereign citizenry. It's wacky. Oh, all the rest of this isn't wacky, right? But that's wacky, you know? We know the game. If you want to know who's in control, just ask who you can't criticize, right? If you want to know what the best mapping of reality is, find the one that makes sense that the rest of them aren't talking about. Right. To some extent. That's me. That's us over here. That's what we do. That's why we don't have 1 million views. That's why I'm not going to cash $1 million check this year. That's why I have to stay modest and humble before God and the creation and the truth. Because I know that life is most likely not meant for me because of who I am and what I do, what I serve and don't serve. But if you want to be one of the devil's children and you want to propagandize and deceive a whole generation and call yourself an influencer, oh, it's got big blood money for you. But at some point, when Charlie decided he's going to ask some questions about his boss daddy, the state of Israel, if he did die, they whacked him out at high noon, just like they did JFK, to let everybody know what it's all really about. You don't play as a statist, fascist, white bread tyrant wannabe with power and control to further this system and sing its praises instead of reforming it for what it was meant to be, that it's been corrupted from immensely. You don't get to do all that and then come out and ask questions at a certain point. Paulie gets to do that because he doesn't get the offerings and the benefits and privileges. He gets whatever he can scrape up. Whatever God allows him through the people is really more like it, right? I don't want to talk down on it like it's negative. I'm blessed in my own way. And then I have to remind myself, hey, you don't want this. You don't want to be out front and center and have all eyes on you and have a following. Just look at that language, right? A following beyond a certain point. You already make an enemy out of yourself to a lot of people with the truth. That's good enough, right? But yeah, man, interesting times we're living in, no doubt. Obvious optics to me and others. A bit disappointing, you know, on the front of I'd like to see more people take what I'm putting forth here and run with it. And would have thought, and again, this is all pride and ego to some extent, has to be let go of. But I would have thought when I came on here and just kept getting arrested and getting results and then revealing what this power structure is and isn't, that like I'd be inundated. I thought, Paulie boy, you're going to have thousands of live viewers like all these other clowns on here who regularly have them. You know, they're going to have to pour in contributions and value just like the rest of these people around here, because this is life-changing information. It could change all of our lives and what we're dealing with here. Blessed, but not what you would have thought, right? But on some level, predictable, you know, because this is, again, inherent hierarchical power and value systems and dynamics. The tens of millions of views and dollars are for those who are going to toe the line and push the narrative, not for those who are going to tell you, put it down and walk away from it because it's not serving you and everyone else. So for all you tards on Facebook who are going to happen to see this and scroll by this, you're an embarrassment. Calling the likes of Charlie Kirk and these other clowns. Who's the next influencer they're going to pop out of left field, out of nowhere, put in front of your face? You're going to sing the praises of, pay for tickets to go and see, only for it to be one big blasphemy, humiliation, mockery ritual from top to bottom. You're going to buy the merch and wear a fucking hat. I saw the guy yesterday, Charlie Kirk hat with the Donnie. They did a Charlie Kirk Donnie hat now because they got to cash in more on merchandise. Isn't this amazing? All the people with millions of dollars got to keep selling you merch for every fucking time someone takes a shit or drops dead. And I saw this clown in the store yesterday, and he had the Charlie Kirk MAGA hat on, and I vomited, and then I collected myself. And I saw on the side of his hat, it said 4547. And immediately the God within me went, Paulie boy, add those numbers together. I bet you get something. So I went, 4, 5, 9, 47, 11. Is it always a coincidence? This is where you then go down the rabbit hole of being like, what's his name over there? The number counter. I went full on Zachary Hubbard in aisle 8 yesterday, counting numbers off this old man's hat. And sure enough, it was right there, you know? And again, does it even matter? The whole point of this experience is that precisely idea that somehow, some way, there's a thing inside of me. It knows the fucking move and it goes, add the numbers together, Paulie boy. Then my flesh goes, you know, okay, let's do the calculation. Yeah, there it is. Always blasphemy, mockery, humiliation, ritual. And you folks are the main event. That's why I say I'm P.T. Burnham, because I have to burn this all down, the circus and the joke that it is, conceptually, not physically, to reveal what it is. And the greatest show is not on Earth, it is Earth, because that's what they used to say. P.T. Barnum used to say the greatest show on Earth. No, the greatest show is Earth. There's no denying it. There's no doubt about it. You go to the fucking local store. I don't care what state you're on. I've been to 5 of them, or no, I've been more to that. But I've lived on how many at this point? 3, 4. Doesn't matter where you go to the local store and it's the same type of people saying the same type of shit, wearing the same type of garb and doing the same mockery, humiliation ritual. And then you go, Jesus, take the wheel. In aisle 8, that's what I do. I drop to my knees nowadays that I've had some level of conversion. And I say, Shlomo Pearl, Jesus, some Jewish rabbi somewhere, someone, take the wheel, please. I need you now more than ever. You know what I say? I say, Calgon, take me away. I need some nostalgia here. This is why I need a producer. I need a producer here, people.
Calgon, take me away!
Indulge yourself in Calgon luxury. Let Calgon soften and pamper you. It's like no other bath experience.
It's paradise.
Calgon, lose yourself in luxury.
Right, that feels good. I might even need a Ricola after all this.
We've stated all along, Mr. Secretary General, we've stated all along.
We are ready to sacrifice everything. For this matter,
these talks are at a standstill. He can't stop coughing. She has a sore throat. Does anyone have a Ricola?
Ricola Dual Action with a soothing syrup center for both coughs and sore throats. Naturally effective relief.
That feels better. Let me get some chat engagement here. I haven't engaged with my chat in a bit. They're too busy doing they do a secondary broadcast down in chat where they comment on my commentary. It's something to behold. There's no denying that. Not too much. I'm scanning here. I'm not seeing too much that stands out. Rather uneventful today. These are the core audience today. We're not in the algorithm, so we're not getting too many politards, too many status, too many fashion. We're not really getting much of that today. The Ace, I see you back there. I'm going to bring you in. I'm just kind of doing my thing, man. I'm kind of over the in and out thing, and it's not you, but hang there for a bit, and I'm going to bring you in, and we'll go to it. It's nothing personal. Are you Muslim? Interestingly enough, I would say I align in certain ways with that energy and that culture to an extent, but not all the rest of it. And and I could say that probably for any culture. But the short answer is no. I've never taken any oaths. I don't officially classify myself as any religion. I have had these sort of fantasies of, and again, they're like morbid self-sabotaging fantasies where I go, the state at some point, I find myself, when this is a complete failed state, that it's just, there's no more culture of freedom left. I find myself abroad in my fantasy. And I find myself just like in dirt somewhere with limited attire, but with some people who got a core sort of value, power, principles, and vision. And they happen to be Muslims, like some kind of Afghanis, you know, the ones they call terrorists, like they would call me, because we're into like doing what we want to do and serving our God the way we understand it, and not being told by a bunch of statist fascists from across who knows where and when coming over and telling us what to do, right? So I imagine that I somehow, some way align more with them than I do with my own people on my own land, because look at them and what they just did. The fucking Muslims wouldn't have given 80% of people 5 jabs for safety. I don't believe they would have. Just can't see it happening. Can't see Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and the rest coming over the TV in the middle of Afghanistan and telling those people who they're still fighting against and can't win against, all the terrorists who don't want to go along to get along. I can't imagine them jabbing up for safety, So yeah, that's the fantasy I have in my like movie. Like I have always a movie kind of going on in my head at times. I gotta stop it, but sometimes I let it play. And it goes, this is you, Paulie boy. You are literally you're on some level tapped into God. It's revealed itself to you and the word and what Americana and for the people in the land is, and who's in control is the antithesis of that right now. So you are deemed a terrorist by that. And then the people who are also deemed terrorists are so for a certain reason. And you find common ground there, philosophically, ideologically, right? So we're very similar in that way. So you say, am I a Muslim? No. Am I a Muslim? Yes, in a way. I'm a Muslim, non-Muslim, because I am also in the desert right now. I got an AK-47 right here next to me. I don't know. Can we show this on camera? No, I think we get stricken if we show a certain property on camera. So, I don't want to be told what to do, but I'm also not causing any loss, injury, and harm. I'm living a rather mundane life in between whatever else I'm doing, getting arrested, doing activism, being the god of all media here and doing the best broadcast ever. In between that, I'm kind of in the desert. I live within my means. I serve the way I understand it, right? I sort of minister, and in between, I do the regular tasks of life. So, like, am I a Muslim officially? No. Am I in spirit, in a sense, if you were to correlate and compare what seems to be going on worldwide? Potentially. I don't really support the state. I guess that makes me an Orthodox Jew as well. If you go to some places, maybe Albania, wherever it is. I'm not great with geography. But yeah, you're going to find common themes and threads along these different cultures and the reflections of the antithesis of that, who is apparently in some kind of power struggle, right? Or some kind of reordering, reevaluation. Please do your own research. Islam teaches to worship one God alone, and Jesus and Muhammad, all the prophets, were only messengers of God. Please research, read. You're telling me something I already know. And again, I'm not a Muslim and I've not been indoctrinated, but I tend to agree with them more on their philosophy, because they seem to be a people of, and again, don't try to inject all the crazy radical Muslims who cut women's genitals off and try to take people as property and act outside of the boundaries of logic, morals, and ethics. They're in a cult, they're extremists, and they give the rest of Muslims a bad name, just like the Jews do, just like Democrats did and do, just like Republicards do. There's people who call themselves all these things who don't do what the rest do, and they're for the true meaning, but everyone else has lost the plot. So I'm aware of that, sir. I align more with that ideology. I don't believe Jesus was the end-all be-all Son of God. He didn't say that in the scripture. He said quite the opposite. We're all sons and daughters of the Most High, and greater things than I you shall do. That leads us to believe he was a prophet and a messenger. He was not the only Son of God. Now, the synagogue of Satan tried to project that onto him, that he was trying to be his own God and everyone else's. That's how they try to put you in dishonor and bad faith so they can kill you. They're trying to say that you're being a heretic. He answered, didn't your scripture say ye are gods and or connected to God? The same things I'm doing and saying right now. So I may be connected to God or have God within me. If I do, so do all of you. You got to discover it, speak it, and live it. Okay? I am not the son of God as I perceive it. If I am, well, then I and a lot of other people here got something else coming to them, you know, as far as a punchline, I guess. So it's a little bit is, but mostly isn't, you know, and it doesn't have to be, because what is enough. See? So I tend to agree. Jesus was essentially a prophet and a revealer of the eternal truth, life, and way. As you could argue I am to certain people at certain times. Because this is about I am that am, working with the truth and living it and generating an experience. Nothing before or after. So you're not going to get anywhere with me if that's what you're trying to do with the whole Jesus cult. Because I have no verification of that. You know? And again, I still may need to get that more. If there is a Jesus there and is above and beyond everything else, I've called out for it to show me that, and it's yet to prove that to me. Maybe it's a longer term game. I will be forced to speak that and confess that at some point. I haven't had that experience directly. So if I have, then I'm in denial or delusion, or I'm deceived, right? Or my pride and my arrogance is shielding me from having that experience. All right. I said I was going to knock through these. I knew that I wouldn't be able to handle it. I know myself enough to know. Little Marco. Did we finish Little Marco? Right. Terrorism. I just popped it right back up and it's right there. Terrorism. Who supported deporting terrorist sympathizers? Right. Marco wants to deport U.S. citizens by stripping them of their passport because they're terrorist sympathizers. Wonder how many folks Hitler and others deported or put in a cage or a box, or whoever, Stalin, Xi Jinping, all the rest of these clowns in the freak show circus. Wonder how many folks they sent into exile or put in a box because they supported the other side or an idea that wasn't the official idea, right? They didn't support the next official thing that we're all supposed to support, statism. Yeah, right. Pro-Palestinian activists. Yeah, if you're a pro-Palestinian activist, you're a fucking terrorist sympathizer. Right. All right, I'm done with it. I'm moving on. We called up Rico, by the way. We called up Rico and we asked him what he thought about the Charlie Kirk situation, and I'll play you his answer because I recorded it.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be all right, nigga. You tough, right?
Rico, not a very compassionate man. Okay? Very traumatized man. African American. Grew up in some tough, challenging situations. Hard for him to extend empathy and compassion, right? He's more practical. Very practical utilitarian being, that Rico guy, you know? But hey, love him or hate him, he keeps it real. Real N-words say real shit. That's what I've learned. Bless your heart, Rico. Jesus loves you. And if not, Sophia May in chat loves you. Okay? That's all you need to know. She's always telling me, Jesus loves you, Paul. Jesus loves you. And I go, okay, Daisy May, that's great. If Jesus loves me, then he'll overlook my shortcomings. Things like not saying he's the complete Messiah and the only Son of God, shit like that. If he loves me enough, he'll overlook that. He knows how I am. I'm a hard-headed motherfucker. I am a Taurus, Jesus. Come on now. Oh, yeah, the whole astrology thing being the devil. Right, sorry. I always do this. That's why I'm not invited to parties. That's why I'm not invited anywhere, really. I did get some anonymous invite to the Gaza Strip a while back, but I don't know. I felt weird about it. They said there's going to be some resort, Gaza Strip, free tickets, come on down, and then next thing you know, everything just kind of blew up to a puff of smoke. So I'm kind of glad I didn't take that offer. I'm looking forward to what Trump's going to do with that area, though. He's promising some timeshares, some resorts, some casinos. So I feel like that's going to be a thing at some point.
We feel so compassionate because you see the mental health crisis.
Oh, wow. This is interesting. See, I put this clip. I know how I think. I put Rico right before this clip to play off the idea that Rico is a character who portrays a gang member and drug dealer who's supposed to be a low-life scum and not give a fuck about human life. Or just be practical about it. Hey, niggas get shot every day. B, you'll be all right. You know, you remember where we're at here? You know, we got to keep it real with ourselves and each other. So this is a Fox News host, and you can tell by the look on his face. Very loving, caring guy. Very wise man as well. He's going to tell us all about how, before he then was instructed to apologize, he's going to tell us all about how we should just kill the homeless, man. You know, so as I'm laying out like Nazism, fascism, Holocaust scenarios, we got the main mouthpieces on major networks, the main major network on the right-wing side saying we want to do a genocide and ethnic cleansing. Let's just kill all the fucking homeless people on the street. Huh? Who's with me? And the rest of us are like, no? Maybe. How about no, Scott? That was our collective answer. So this guy was then instructed to apologize. So we may even go to the instructed apology.
Exactly. It's not our job. We shouldn't have to live in fear. Put them in a mental institution. Put them in a jail.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian. We feel so compassionate because you see the mental health crisis happening.
Exactly. No, I want more of that. Brian Kilmeade is his name. Interesting. I want to do I'm going to go full Zach Hubbard right now. I want to know the origin of that name. I feel like I'm going to get something. The thing in me, my inner conspiracy theorist God / devil says, look up that name, Paulie boy. There's something there. Oh, right. Of course. Brian Kilmeade. Believed to derive from the term meaning middle church. So to kill the middle church, is that what we're doing? I wonder what the middle church would be. Is that something like the truth, life, and way, or the middle way? Is that something like the gray area of the black and white and the Taoist symbol, the yin and yang? Brian, kill the middle church. I'll accept that. Kill the middle way. Right. We're going to full on left-tard, right-tard extremism to rip everything apart. Makes sense. See what I mean? See how it works? And they'll say, Paulie boy, you just made all that up or made that connection. It wasn't even really there. Whatever. I had fun doing it. That's what life's all about, having fun. That's what I've decided in this moment.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something.
Okay, there it is. So, okay, I'm going to continue, but I can't believe the narrative that this is why, fine line between schizophrenia and synchronicity. They're now saying you take the benefits and be a privileged class or we're going to kill you. This is what your official news reporters and newscasters are now towing as an official line straight from El Jefe, I would argue, and the White House. Right? Interesting. As many of us are now elucidating this idea of in federal code, a dual jurisdiction of a privileged class versus a protected class. Correcting our status reverts us back to a protected class, to where this system is supposed to uphold our rights and keep us safe, but our rights are first, right? We're protected class. Privileged class is essentially what he just said. You'll take the Social Security and you'll pay into it too, and you'll take our services or else. It's kind of like what Lucchese says to you at some point. You know, you could just be a civilian and live in the town and sell your meat. Not like that. Slow state is somewhere getting excited. You can sell your meat, you know, and you can just live. But maybe your windows get broken out. Maybe your tires get flattened. Maybe you get your knees broken in the middle of the night when you close up shop, right? Or at the end of your day. So maybe you just take the handout and you take the services and Mr. Lucchese, or maybe something bad happens. We don't know. That's where we're at now. We're so deep. And again, where did mafiosi arise out of? Italia. What was Italia known for originally? Fascista. What is fascista defined as? From the guy who coined the term, supposedly. He's just another mouthpiece working for an organization, as we all suspect. Fascism is the merger of state and corporate powers. So the corporatists in their suits, the mafiosi, become your God and your government. And they get to tell you what rights and property you're going to have from God and not, because they become that. Right? So here they are now, all the mouthpieces in the suits who are all glorified vocal henchmen of this mafiosi, now floating the idea before they were instructed to apologize because they got a little ahead of themselves. They got a little bloodlusty and excited ahead of themselves. Maybe you take the fucking benefits or, little lethal injection. Maybe we just fucking lock you in a cage or we kill you. Right. And if you allow them to do it to the homeless, they're going to do it to you next because they already did it. Maybe you wear the mask and take the shots, or we put you out in the street, shut your business down, break the windows out, proverbially, metaphorically. It's not a great leap at this point, folks. Not a major leap to lay out these Naziistic, fascistic optics and how they're playing out. They're literally out in the open saying it and have built the kingdom and now want to put the full force of it to the individual. And they just need to position themselves just right to get it done. And they just need you all whipped up into a false patriotic frenzy to use you as a constituent power base. And they're working on it. Maybe a couple more influencers get whacked. Maybe we burn down a couple Jewish consulates. Not we. I'm not a part of any of this. I'm doing the bit, right? For entertainment purposes only. Maybe some folks somewhere, like Clausen says, whack some more influencers, burn down some consulates, stumble into a January 6th ballroom. And there you have it. We're right in the thick of it. Now it ain't just homeless people getting taken off and put in a box and euthanized because they're just not useful enough. They just don't want to take our entitlement programs and benefits. As the tards and the cowards and the clowns sit in their holes online, like one of them here who was just here who I had to ban. Right? You don't come over here and start playing with me. You get nothing from me anymore. You were lucky when you had my attention and my interaction. You played games with me, and now I'm done with you. Stay in your hole and do what you do. You want to circle back and come correct. And I still may not even deal with you at this point because I'm focused again. I'm in one of those periods of focus, doing the next right thing, surrendering the rest, and having a limited interaction with everybody and everything else. I'm just in my zone lately, right? So don't take it personal. Just stay the fuck away. Okay? It's what I told you and what I asked of you. So you want to come around here and play games? I just block you the fuck out. You go back to your hole and you play games and make jokes and chase the next $20 with these loser failures while your whole society goes down the drain and you stand for nothing. Okay? That's where we're at here.
Just kill him.
Just fucking kill him, yeah.
That comment sparked backlash online, with many pointing out that a large number of unhoused people, homeless people across the country are veterans.
Now, some online also compared his comments to former MSNBC commentator Matthew Dowd's controversial take following the death of Charlie Kirk, saying that Kilmeade should face similar consequences. Now, over the weekend, Kilmeade offered his apology. Take a look.
We were discussing the murder of Irina Zaruska in Charlotte, North Carolina, and how to stop these kinds of attacks. During that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion.
But that apology seemed to fall flat with some former.
All right, I don't even want to look at it and listen to it because it's going to call up that energy in me where I'm going to reflect back onto him what he's trying to project onto the homeless people. Many of them are mentally, emotionally ill. They never thought like me to start a broadcast, which is a big difference. I also mentally, emotionally ill, potentially. I just started a broadcast, right? See, they didn't have those kind of resources and skills and abilities. So, maybe the reality of it is all the politicos who are trying to use a legalistic, corrupt system to put people in a fucking box or have killed who never did lost syndrome. Maybe you get fucking lined up and bing, bow, as your daddy Donnie said back in the old days. They forget that back in the old days, it was still the same spirit of the law. So when you line someone up to put a bullet in them, it's because they were a treasonous traitor scum who try to use official positions and official narratives to push their political ideology on the individual. That's the CIA's definition of terrorism. You just did it, Matt Kilmeade. But we're not going to come in for Matt Kilmeade. We're not going to drag him to federal court, right? We're not going to ask him, did you just use an official position, an official platform to advocate an overthrow of the law of the land and to cause loss, injury, and harm on your fellow man because they don't want to take your benefits and privileges? Is that what you just did? Yeah. Well, then lawfully or legally, however you want to look at it, based on federal code, you get lined up and bing bow back when we weren't weak. That's what bing bow was for back when we weren't weak, to take all the evil, statist, tyrannical scum out of here so we don't have to look at them every day and listen to their fucking snake-like fork-tongue ways, trying to get us all in the garden to reject God and faith in the truth and do harm to each other, to fall in our nature, right? That's all you are, Matt Kilmeade and the rest of you. I can look right at you and tell immediately. Your spirit gives you away. Who and what you are at your core gives you away energetically. You're a fork-tongued demonic snake. And they had to instruct you to reel it in next time, Matty boy. We want you to do genocide and slavery. We just don't want you to come out all at once with it. Try to pace yourself with your bloodlust. These are the same scum who wear suits and pay the beast system matrix and suck boot and follow code because they're anti-life, anti-God, anti-rights, anti-American. You're all red coat traitor, snake, scum, trash. There's just so many different ways I could say it, but it all amounts to the same idea. From the beginning of time till the end of time. Tyrannical betrayers, not only the ideology, but their fellow man and woman, advocating for a statist fascist system to do murder on innocent people because they won't take your fucking... I can't get enough of it. I can't stop repeating it. So incredible to me. And my retarded father is somewhere. I haven't talked to him in weeks and months now, and he's shaking his head because he agrees with this tard. Because he's too much of a coward to gut up to what the fuck this is and go past it and stand for something and call all these scum out and say, no, I don't want to look like them and walk like them and live like them and speak like them. No, it's just entertainment news. It's just, that's what I've been hearing for. It's just entertainment news while they advocate for slavery and genocide after locking you the fuck down and quadrupling all the richest people's net worth while they put everyone else into an economic depression that's yet to even show itself completely. Another economic hit, huh? They not only did slavery and genocide and did a physical hit on everybody with murder through shots, they did economic hits as well because they're economic hitmen. So all these scum in suits are. You can't wait for the day they finally get to be a part of breaking souls and doing the murder that was done to them. Because the truest part of them has been killed off long ago. They're the walking fucking dead. That's why your boy in the scripture says, let the dead bury the dead. It's exactly who these people are. We could go 2,000 years and it's the same fucking dynamics from top to bottom on all sides. Let's go. We got more. I'm going through them. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the next person I'm running for president. This is who I want to be run for president. This is no. This is who I want to host Fox News because he's a more loving, caring, logical, ethical, moral being. Okay. So immediately write a letter to Rupert Murdoch and tell him we have a new co-host for Fox.
This is owned by foreign corporations. Nixon opened it up for foreign trade. And when Nixon opened up for foreign trade, the people of Europe and the common market in Spain and different places, they don't care about the United States forest. And in short, the United States has been sold out by people who really don't care for anything but money. I've had all the money in the world 3 times. I had to give it back to keep the game going.
What game?
The game. It's a game. Money is a game. It's only real to the people who work for it. The people that don't need to work for money, it's a monopoly game. It's a game of paper. It's all on paper. I've got a production company, and I've got a recording company, and I've got a mansion in Beverly Hills, and I've got Rolls Royces and Ferraris. I've got everything money can buy, but it's all on paper. Everything's done through the companies and through the tax loopholes, and the people that live on that level, they...
Right, the guy in chat already got on to me. I said that last time. I'm telling my children that was George Bush. Very, you got a problem when the guy with a swastika tattooed on his forehead in a jail cell somewhere who was a part of a cult is more loving and caring, compassionate, or just more logical and ethical and moral than the people who are on Fox Noise giving you your information and the people who they're serving at the top of the bottom of the heap. All the politicos, right? You're in an interesting place in history at that point. Somebody asked, Keith Williams asked, Paul, what is the best way to handle the homeless, addicted, etc.? Really? We're really going to go here? Okay, we can go here. So how about actually trying, maybe? If there's something that needs to be done and needs to be handled, right? First, you would have to show me why you believe something has to be done and handled. Because there's a fine line there, right? Of like, hey, I live in the city. You know, I got a storefront, I do this, and every day I come out and there's people laying around. Are they interfering with your customers? Are they costing you money? Are they causing you loss, injury, and harm in some way? Let's establish that first. And then let's try to use the benefits, privileges, and services to not criminalize these people. Let's try to open up all that forest land that is owned by government, that they're setting wildfires in. Sorry, that all the wildfires are randomly happening all across the nation right now as they're planning to build superhighway roads according to the maps and plans I've looked at, right where the fires are, more coincidence. So like, are you kidding? Are we kidding? You act like these people want to stop it. You act like anybody's trying to help these people beyond a certain point. They got trillions of dollars to drop bombs on people and make them starve to death more, but they can't put the trillions of dollars to hire some buses, some bus drivers, bus these people out to a new area with their consent, right? Tell them, we're going to give you an opportunity. We're going to open you up to a whole new world. That would take care of at least 30% of them, because everyone's looking for potentially an opportunity in this life. So if you're really saying, how are we going to take all this extra slave tax money that goes to bombing people and starting famines, other places, in order so we can do expansionism and profiteer, you could actually put that toward a homeless program where you would take these people would sign documentations. They would agree. If they want to opt out anytime they can, we'll drop them right back off where we got them. We get subsidies and fundings from your politicos who claim they're so Christian and loving. So we have endless amount of resource, right? And we not only offer this, it'll be the weirdest program ever. Not only will the homeless addicts and everyone want to come, the regular old slave citizens will come too, some of them. Maybe they contribute if they have the cash because they're working and everything's good and they don't have a problem with that, because they're going to say, why do I have to work and pay when this person doesn't? They'll make it a competition right away, right? Maybe not. Maybe we have enough subsidy where we do the, Freedom for America tour through responsibility, right? And we commission a fleet of buses, and every so often we take a trip out and we have a certain reservation, like they like to call it, for the Indians. And we teach people how to be sustainable and live off the land and chop their own fucking wood, but not destroy the forest while doing it. Maybe even build their own fucking house and become a man again and homestead. And we have various opportunities to teach people life skills. What they were supposed to do in prison, by the way? I know everyone forgot about this. They think prison's a glorified warehouse where we just profiteer as a U.S. corporation by housing people in a fucking box and feeding them crap. It was supposed to be rehabilitation because they have to be reintroduced into society, right? So the same thing everyone keeps promising to do that we could have done that they're not doing, because guess what? Here's the news flash. Most people don't give a fuck. They're just in it for their paycheck and for some power, and maybe to be liked or to go along to get along. They don't actually want to serve something here and make the change. So we would just teach a whole new generation of people how to be self-sufficient and sustainable. If they want to be alcoholics, they can make their own liquor, as the hillbillies used to do. They can have everything they have now, maybe sans a few things, right? They might have to be willing to give up certain drugs and certain activities. Maybe not. Maybe they can be functional and get that done. I won't even project onto that. I won't presume that. But where there's a will, there's a way. If you actually wanted to help people and teach people how to be self-sufficient and sustainable, there would be X amount of them who'd be willing to do that. And then the rest of it would just be upholding the law based on loss, injury, and harm. So you would designate an area, because most of these people don't want to be sleeping outside of your business if they have a place to go, oddly enough. You designate however many square miles of the city to be a homelessness zone. And you let these people live there however they want to live, and they're pretty much as free as they could be. If they're not causing any loss, injury, and harm, there's no valid verified claim, then they get to do whatever they want. I know that's a scary idea. I mean, if we can find a middle ground, great, but it's kind of hard to police people and tell them they have to stay in this area. They're people too, So maybe we discourage like sleeping on the sidewalks. We try to be practical about this. We don't criminalize everybody. We have a relationship. We build a relationship with the people on the ground. We say, hey, bro, if we just created an area for you and it was in the trees and it wasn't far from resources and you can sleep there every night and not take up everybody's space here, would you do it? Yes, we would. Okay, great. So we get that done. But they can't go to the parks. They can't sleep in the parks. They can't go here. They can't go there. There's nowhere for them to go. And you're not creating opportunities necessarily for them to do that. And then you're criminalizing them for the opportunities they don't want to take. It's not necessarily our job to make sure that everybody has a job. It's not necessarily our job to make sure that everybody's where we think they should be. As long as they're not causing loss, injury, and harm and interfering with the day-to-day business, they're pretty much free to do whatever the fuck they want. In my world. So again, the presumption is something has to be done about homelessness when a lot of these people want to live the way that they are. So something must be done is when the interference comes or the loss, injury, and harm comes to other people who don't want to live like that. So we address that as a case-by-case basis. And in the meantime, like I said, we create programs and opportunities for people to experience a different way of life. Because, you know, maybe I'm a romantic dreamer at heart, and I don't like to admit it. But I really believe if you started a program, maybe I should do it. There's my calling. I really believe if you started a program and you used all these trillions of dollars that you have bombing other people, teaching people and giving them a head start on how to live on the land and farm and have animals and grow their own shit and chop their own wood and all the rest of it. Oh, X amount of percentage of them, just like me in my life, will have a 180 recovery. They'll see a bigger purpose and meaning for living. They'll see that people really care about them. They'll see their opportunities other than being a wage slave at somebody's dead-end corporatist vision that they're not really passionate about. Oh, yeah, you'll get 10, 20, 30% of folks to turn from their wicked ways, and they'll be productive members of some community, some society, somewhere. And then what you can do is you can make some of that money back invested into that homeless program by selling fruits and vegetables made by the homeless. But they're no longer going to be homeless, so you're going to have to come up with another label to put on them, aren't you? Them dirty sovereign citizens who were part of that homeless program grew a bunch of fruits and vegetables, doing the work the prison was supposed to teach everybody that they're not anymore. You know, and these people will make a damn good salary growing some good fruit and vegetables, and they'll be contributing to their community, and people will be inspired, and they'll all come down to see it and be part of it, and it'll be a thing, right? That's just the way I see it. Maybe I'm a romantic dreamer and it's not a real vision. Maybe nobody would show up. Maybe it'd all be a waste of time and they'd all just go back to doing whatever they've been doing. But you got to try. And I don't believe trying is criminalizing these people for just being free and not being where you want them to be. Ace, you got anything? Questions, comments, concerns?
I'm about to get to the muffler place right now. So I'm handling business right now.
All right. All right, I'm going to continue on.
Next time. Big dog.
All right, yeah, whenever, yeah, I just been kind of in the groove, man, hitting my flow, so.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, yeah, give me the high sign in the back, right, or drop in whenever I'm on again. And I messaged you. The other day because I had a question for you. All right, I'm throwing you out. You're lagging like shit. D-Ace is my first homeless, my first case for American Homeless Responsibility Tour. What did I name it again? He's my first one. He's doing well. He's doing well, this guy. Yeah, man, I think a big part of life and a new perspective and outlook and success is having revealed to you or revealing to others a possibility for a greater process and procedure or experience to take place. You know, rediscovering some kind of meaning and purpose in life. Yeah, I think if you again, you gave the homeless a proverbial kick in the ass in a positive way and told them, listen, bro, we got a whole piece of forest over here. Each one of you is going to get an acre. We're gonna stock you with the equipment first and foremost. You're gonna grow a ton of good weed. You're gonna grow some fruit and vegetables. You're gonna live off that shit. Get high as a kite in between doing what you need to do, and it's the minimum. Doing the minimum. right? And producing for your community and for the society. And I think there will become a symbiotic relationship there. I think that folks would start to find more meaning and purpose in their days and in their life and contributing to a greater cause, right? If you build it firm and they will come. I'm not saying that you should have to, right? We should be able to get up and go and be self-starters, but a lot of times in life, that's not the case. I may be a perfect example of that. I kind of needed a kick in the ass in certain ways to get a fire going inside of me, to get something going for myself and others. What do you got, Ace?
I made it.
That was quick.
Yeah.
He's already up on the thing.
Say what?
Are you actually Mexican? I always tease you about that, but I don't want to be doing the thing where I go, anyone who's Latino has to be a Mexican.
No, I'm an American.
Okay. But I'm saying you're back. Your ethnicity. You have a Latino vibe to you. I'm wondering what that is.
No, Mexicano.
So like
Mexicano.
a Chicano.
Chicano. Yeah.
Right. That's kind of what I thought. Is it Mexican or it's considered a Mexican who's born in America, right?
Well, they always said Mexican American, but I always said because my family comes from Mexico, Durango,
right.
Mexico. Yeah.
And oddly enough, America was Mexico before it was America. Yeah. So I guess you get the original claim to that.
Right. So so it's up there right now, and we're gonna do a little promotion here with the homies right here, the mufflers off of Van Nuys and Plummer, and yeah. So we're gonna get her done, and then we'll get set up, and we'll be man on the traveling man, whatever, on the street.
See how it goes, man. See what happens. If nothing else, it'll be an interesting experience.
Right on. Okay, big dog.
Thank you, sir.
Late.
Ace Jones. Okay, we did I'm not going to do 25 times the Simpsons predicted real life events. I think they get the point. For now, save it for later. We never went to our Israel. Let's see some images of folks getting taken off for protesting.
And then,
oh wait, this is smart people don't like me. Donnie admits this week smart people don't like him and that he stole the election. Interesting clips. AI must be working overtime, man, or it's all crumbling.
There's no famine in Gaza.
The world's leading experts on famine, the IPC, have declared it a famine. You're saying they're wrong?
The world's leading experts on famines are left-wing clowns who are anti-Semites and anti-Zionists.
Right.
You're asking
We
the
can
world
totally
to not
trust
believe
that.
what they can see with their own eyes on video. Why would the IPC lie about famine? It's what they do.
Because it's riddled with anti-Zionists and anti-Semites. Who are you with?
Al Jazeera English.
That's right.
Notice he equates they even come right out in the open and admit it, that anti-Zionist is equivalent to anti-Semite, even though the Palestinians are Semitic people, right? Just he's lying and gaslighting and double talking right now in your face while he's accusing other people of doing that. This is precisely why both sides are corrupt and should not be paid attention to, because they're exactly mirror reflections of each other. Just in this one clip, you can see exactly how the game works.
Beautiful. What do you say about working for a terrorist sympathizing network?
All right.
I would say you don't watch much Al Jazeera English.
Let's say you're an embarrassment. You have anything more? I'm happy to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you justify genocide by saying Hamas?
You mean the October 7th attacks against Israel?
October 7th. See what they do?
Before October 7th.
You see the game? You see the game? You bring up what they're doing, and they have an event to go to every time. What are the odds that October 7th event was really done by Hamas? And if it is done by Hamas, that Hamas isn't funded and armed by you know who? Isn't that always the way? Because they always got something to point to. You mean the January 6th outlaw attack that she's all staged and allowed people to walk in that were sitting in the Oval Office doing like this and not even being arrested, and then you finally brought the hammer down on everyone, used it as a staged event, right? So you mean the October 7th event? You mean anybody who criticizes somebody who doesn't think the October 7th event was fucking staged potentially, while I have Clausen saying they want to stage attacks to go to war with Iran? I have it. We have it. I'm like doing the Godfather scene. That's what I always remind me of. We have it, Senator. He starts shuffling for the papers. This committee owes an apology, Senator. Mr. Corleone was only in the oil business. He's in the olive oil business. He knows nothing about this murder you speak of. But yeah, it's the October 7th attacks, and if you don't believe that, you're a conspiracy theorist, and if you stand for Palestine and the women and children, you're a Hamas sympathizer and supporter, and just like you were with the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and if you didn't believe in that, and the 9/11 event was that way, well, then you're an ISIS, Al-Qaeda sympathizer, and Bush says you're either with us or against the United States corporation, and we're going to make a list of terrorists and terroristic nations, and Israel just bombed 6 countries over the week. Isn't that weird? State of Israel as a country / corporation just bombed 6 countries this week. Are they all doing Hamas? Are they all terrorists? Or is it possible maybe we're doing Reichstag again, where you funded people to attack yourselves so you could go on a fucking campaign of expansionism? And we can't criticize it, of course, because the state of Israel, working through its centralized banker agents, now owns United States Corporation because it's another subsidiary of the United Kingdom. And the redcoats and their corporations have invaded America and taken over with corporate takeover. And all of your representatives, supposedly, your democratically Republican representatives are all on the take. They've all been bribed. They've all been bought off. They've all been threatened, told to shut up, toe the line. Or they're all just that corrupt and duped out that they know what to do without having to be told. Oh, we know we're for the state of Israel. We know where the big money and the power and the opportunities are. We know whose dick to suck. Right? Weinstein doesn't have to come in and tell a Lauren De Laguna type. Sorry, Lauren, I'm using you for this simulation here. I hope you don't mind. You know what? I won't even use her. I'll just say a random woman. Weinstein doesn't have to tell the woman to come in and spread him on the couch. She finds the couch herself, spreads them all on her own, because she knows at the end of that fucking and taking it comes some power and money. Weinstein doesn't have to spell it all out for her. This is unspoken power and value dynamics, right? Sorry to be lewd and crude and rude. This was a supposed family broadcast, I like to say. It's not really a thing. So yeah, imagine that. Can't question it. You're a sympathizer. You're supporting terrorists. Turns out the terrorists are all funded and armed by certain elements of the same people who want to create this problem and get the reaction and then bring the solution. All on your signature, all on your credit, right? All on your dime. And then the bill's going to be left with you and everybody else here, right? All the folks who vote for this and opt in and have contract, you're going to be stuck with the bill. Okay, let's show it now. Let's show the images.
Is it terrorism if you have a placard saying Free Palestine, but if you drop bombs on children in Gaza, is that considered terrorism?
No, they're
I'm
defending
here
themselves.
surrounded by terrorists. Keir Starmer thinks these people are as dangerous as Al-Qaeda or ISIS. So I'm here today to ask, ma'am, why did you decide to become a terrorist?
Well, I don't think I'm a terrorist, but I think the people dropping bombs on children and hospitals in Gaza are the real terrorists. And why?
Well, that's the gaslighting campaign. CIA says terrorism is when you force your political agenda on the individual or a group. That's what they're doing on Gaza, but they're claiming you're a terrorist if you don't support it while they do terrorism, right? This is literally, like I say, relationship with government or corporation is like a relationship with a narcissist. They will accuse you of doing everything they're doing and then ask you to fund the solution. And the solution is more of what they're doing. They're saying you're doing. That needs to stop because you're questioning it and you're wanting clarity and you're wanting the truth to be prominent, right? No, we can't have that.
We're here is to protect democracy and to stop the misuse of terror laws to silence peaceful protesters.
How does it feel to be called a terrorist?
Well, it's a bit insulting. It's surreal. I mean, I'm just sitting on the floor holding a piece of cardboard. I'm not terrifying anyone.
You could possibly face up to 14 years in jail for just holding up a placard. Is it really worth it?
Look at the number of people here. There is no way they're going to build all these new prisons they need to send us to. They've got this wrong, and they're going to have to back down.
Who do you think the real terrorists are?
The traditional definition of terrorism is the use of violence against a civilian population in order to achieve political aims. Quite obviously, the Israeli state is using unprecedented, horrific violence against the Palestinian civilian population.
I just want to clarify one thing. Today, people holding those signs, that's considered terrorism, but dropping bombs on children isn't considered terrorism.
To contact the Met Police Press Bureau.
Is it scary, though, being confronted by 1,000 terrorists coming at you?
You're wasting your breath.
Is it terrorism if you have a placard saying Free Palestine, but if you drop bombs on children?
Right. All right, let's go to more. Let's see a couple more, and then I'm going to get the hell out of here.
I'm proud to represent Palestine. I'm a Welsh British trained nurse. Well said, sir. Why do you need a cage? They're saying now they need cages to put peaceful, retired medical protesters in. You know things have got bad when my colleagues, my emergency colleagues, are arresting us for holding a bit of paper with words in. I apologise to the people of Palestine for what Britain is doing in Palestine. I apologise to the people of Britain that for so many years we've turned a blind eye to the Zionist lobby, and now the Zionist lobby is paying these whores in their ivory tower who will still bend over for enough money to change laws in Britain. Laws which are now getting medics arrested for peaceful protesting against genocide and to stand up for other peaceful protesters. 5 times I worked in Palestine as an emergency medic, 4 times in Gaza. I was in Gaza in the last Nakba. I witnessed things there after 30 years of work in emergency. I witnessed things in Gaza that broke me as a man. And the people of Palestine put me back together. They are warm, welcoming, hospitable Muslim people. They're a strong, resilient people. And this is not being done in my name. We need to free Britain from the oppression of the Zionist lobby. We need to free Britain from the oppression of neoliberal capitalism. Britain isn't Britain anymore. Britain is an owned country. When it comes to a point where they're arresting emergency medics and arresting retired medics and doctors for holding up a piece of paper with words in it, whereas they sell weapons that kill people from outer space. I've seen drones burning children in their beds, and they were provided by this country, no other country. They were British made. This is a proxy British Americano genocide. And I am proud to represent Palestine. I'm a Welsh British.
It's weird how we all come to the same conclusions, even though we're not related in any way. We're not part of any of the same organizations. We have no communication with each other, but we somehow all come to the same conclusion. It's the weirdest thing ever. And we can explain it, and it makes sense, and we have firsthand testimony and can connect the dots and show the connections, bear witness and testimony. The other side doesn't have that. They have buzzwords, right? They have phrases and buzzwords and events they get to point to justify all the rest of what they're doing without actually explaining how it's going to make our or everyone else's life better. All we get is, Gaza's going to be great. We're going to have it. There's going to be a casino, resort. Buy now. That's what we get. They wonder why I say it's a fascist corporatist failed state. Couldn't be any more emblematic example. I don't care who or what the people on Palestine are or what they're involved in to some extent. Ridiculous. It's a ridiculous, outlandish claim on the face of it that every person there right now is supporting Hamas or backing them. And they're willing to say it in everybody's face. Just put it right in your face, and then they chuckle. Ha ha ha. All the well-to-do, good corporate beta male white people up there. Ha ha ha. You must be a supporter of Hamas like everyone else on Palestine. What are you saying? The October 7th attack wasn't a real thing? We have video of it. No, I'm saying it's always a real thing. I'm saying you guys are funding it to carry out this expansionism and corporatism and genocide and get paid to do murder because you're scum. Because the devil has you, because you can't create a way any other way. There literally is no other way for these people to create true power and value in this life other than kill, steal, and destroy, because they're fucking ungodly. Imagine one of these clowns up here with 3 to 4 hours of dead air and open air having to do even a fucking broadcast from a trailer like I am. They couldn't get it done. These guys can't even put 2 sentences together. And when they do, it's riddled with lies. And just various forms of manipulation, right? It's all that they know how to do. That's all they're good at doing. They're not even really good at that, by the way. This is the mouthpiece, supposedly, of the nation. These are the mouthpieces of the nation, supposedly. They wonder why it's completely fucked. All right, I think I'm good. Should we do a couple more? Fuck it, whatever. Do a couple more. Rest the old women.
Genocide. This is the stuff of nightmares. George Orwell wrote about this. I am 75 years old. I have had a professional career in education. I'm a trained counsellor. I have never broken the law, but I have a conscience, and this government does not have a conscience. It has lost its moral compass, but I have mine. Their actions made my moral compass clearer. Our civil liberties, our freedom of speech and right to assemble, to take non-violent action, to take that away and threaten it, we will lose our democracy. I call on anybody listening to me now to step up and take action before it's too late. Our democracy is slipping away from us.
Someone needs to get a hold of these old broads in their sewing circle and give them the fucking game already, because I'm tired of hearing it. Our democracy is slipping away. No, it's not. Your democracy is coming out in full view. This is demo-crazy and what it does. Dunce. Sorry. I won't arrest the old woman. I won't support bad be done to her, but I got to give it to her straight. Sometimes the medicine is a little bit bitter. You know? That's what kicks up that acid in you, gets a fire going, gets the digestion moving, that bitter fucking medicine, those herbs. So I got to give you the bitter game sometimes. You don't know what you're talking about. This is what democracy looks like. When they all chant it, yeah. This is it. This is what it produces. 200 years of people not understanding a republic, not governing themselves, voting for corporate masters and paying the beast system matrix to rule their lives. This is what democracy looks like and eventually always becomes. We don't want to retain democracy. We want it to slip away. We want to go back to the republic of and by and for the people, under God, with natural rights. If there's no loss, injury, or harm, the sheriff don't even come out. There's been still living that way a lot of places, by the way, in case you city-dwelling suburbanite slaves aren't aware of it. I'm in a town right now, perfect example, unincorporated. There's no one around here, no one policing. You could do whatever the fuck you want. There's no rules. Okay? Well, there's always rules because we have an indwelling law. It's why I don't, well, I'm not going to get into it. I got into it with a guy down here and, you know, he had some words for me and said he was going to come over and all the rest of it. He never did. And, you know, but ultimately there's always rules. That's the point of being a quote unquote anarchist. There's no masters, no slaves, but there's always rules because there's a law on our heart. You know, if you're somewhat of a human being, you know, not to cause loss, injury, and harm, and to try to resolve your issues with your neighbors and your fellow man as much as possible. Peaceful resolution, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Right? That was the moniker, or that was the motto, rather. So, yeah, we need to get a fucking clue now more than ever. I can't loop it enough. Stop repeating that code is law. Stop repeating that a republic is a democracy. And stop chanting and cheering for more of it when it's what caused this problem in the first place. This is why half your founders walked away from the Declaration and the Constitution and signing it, because they knew, like I would have known at that time, I'm not signing that. I'm not being a party to this, because I know what you're all going to do with it. You're going to amend it, you're going to twist it, you're going to turn it, and you're going to use it to mind control the people, to take their property rights like you always do. Either people know how to live free under God and they use common sense and their conscience to govern themselves, or they don't. And no amount of fucking paperwork, policies, codes, and groups of retards together in costumes is going to change any of this. For the better, it'll just all get worse, as it has.
Please, you think about future generations. This is a slippery slope to tyranny. In my lifetime,
slippery slope to tyranny. Lady, you've already been in it.
To stop
You're already 150 years deep into it. You don't even know you're in it. That's how crazy and sad this is. The people who are in it are talking about it like it's on the horizon. You've been deep into it for 150 years. You don't own anything anymore. The state has interest in your body and all your property, including your children. You literally have no more private property, which is a cornerstone of communism and Marxism. It's all registered to the state and it's all regulated by the state, and you pay tax to use it. How many times do I have to repeat that? Because there's some old lady in my audience who's just like this woman, bless her fucking heart. And she just can't she doesn't know what planet she's on and how any of it works. And I got to give them the bitter medicine so that she can go back to her bingo night and tell all her friends what the real deal and the real game is. See, then we can get our asses in gear. We can get our head out of our ass and start to use it for something other than a butt plug one of these days. A mortgage to have private property. It's even beyond that. A mortgage, we know, means death pledge. It's beyond even the mortgage. Literally, it's registered to the county for them to regulate it. They tried it with Jennifer's house. They came along. They said there was one weed on the property. And this is on New Mexico where they don't even grow grass. It's just rocks on everybody's lawn, non-lawn. There was one weed poking through the fucking rocks. And this tard came up in an outfit and said, like, you're right back in Nazi Germany. You have to get rid of that weed. You have to kill it. She goes, I'm not killing anything out here. I'm kind of done with killing everything. And he goes, okay. And he summons her, wrote her up a paper to have to go down to court to explain to a supposed judge playing God why one natural weed happened to pop through the rocks on New Mexico. We can't have any life. We can't have any greenery. We can't have anything. And I say, you're the fucking weed. That's what I say here. You're the one who needs to be smoked. Proverbially, metaphorically, right? The irony of a scum slave with no beneficial purpose to himself or anyone else on his land coming up and wanting us to kill the one piece of life that was sprouting through what was basically metaphorical, ubiquitous death had to be destroyed and or regulated, right? Maybe that's you. I'm not promoting that and supporting that. Maybe you're the fucking cancer and the weed on culture and society. Maybe you need to be cut the fuck out of our existence. I'm just saying maybe, but I don't say that. I don't promote that. I don't support that because I don't want to go to that area. I don't want to go to that level. But it is. It's the levels of irony are really are. They're shockingly entertaining in their own way. In their morbidity. Clown world, exactly. All right, I'm going to save the rest for next time. I got more Gaza. I got tons more up there. I got Border Patrol denying unlawful orders. The guy who's been doing it for 30 years kept saying to the group, I've been doing this 30 years. I've been doing this 30 years. Like that was supposed to be some excuse. So they're finally waking up. These cowards in their clown outfits are finally finding their balls. They all can do 200 push-ups and run a mile and do their pull-ups, and they all got the big muscles, and they're on Tinder and wherever else saying, I'm USSMA. I'm a big man. But when your daddy comes along with some orders, you don't fucking question them. Whatever it is, sergeant, corporal, lieutenant, whatever your garbage hierarchy is, you never fucking ask any questions. You never call anybody out. You never refuse unlawful orders. Maybe some of you are finally starting to man the fuck up, huh? You got all the symbols of manhood and false power. Maybe you're finally starting to learn the true meaning of what that is. Because we have an amazing video. I'm now teasing it for next time, right? I'm cliffhanging you people. Group of Border Patrol agents finally telling their daddy, who's been doing this 30 years at the head of the room, that they're done and they don't want to do it anymore. And their heart's not in it. That's what needs to happen. Surprise, surprise. Stop cooperating, stop complying, stop following the orders. Stop carrying out the orders. All right, I'll be back in 4 days or so. You people, yes, you people. In that sense, it works for me. Blessings. There are links up there if you want to contribute and support. I'm not a breatharian yet. I got to eat as well, but God willing, as it's meant to be, I can't really complain. You know, that then they say back to me, Paulie boy, we see you with a shirt off. You get enough to eat. You got everything you need and then some, right? Stay away from that. So more importantly, or equally, if not more importantly, there's email up there. Send me some clips, clip out the best versions of the broadcast if you're into that, if you got time for that, if you're willing to do that. Send it to me. That's always great. If you got audio, video components for the broadcast, send it. That's always great. People make songs, all that whole deal. If you got content, non-tent, hoarding experiences, send it all over, right? So never forget the scrolling area up top of various ways. That's another way to contribute and support, right? Videos, audio, clips, ideas, and co-creations, right? I'll put the word out more regularly nowadays. If folks got some value they want to go in on and then reparcel out some land, we all don't have to necessarily work together, be on top of each other. I'm really not that guy anyway. I don't mind it. I'm open to it if it works. But if not, I am willing to go in with people who are looking for land anyway and maybe want to get some better land because we go in together or more of it and then divide it up and everyone's ahead of the game, right? The idea is to create a situation where everybody wins. It's I think the best modality in life, right? So everybody gets something, everybody walks away with more or better of what they would have had if they did it alone by doing it together, right? That's the idea. That's the intention. So yeah, I'm open to that. You know, I'm putting the word out on that. Julian Barbary says, thanks, Paul. Thank you, Mr. Barbary. Contribution and support. Scott, you're an amazing man. There's no denying it. Says for overtime inspiration. Thank you, Mr. B. Scott and other folks here, good people. They overlook my shortcomings and they contribute and support where they get value and empowerment and inspiration and entertainment. And I'm always overjoyed by that. I'm appreciative of that. I'm somewhat fulfilled by that. I say somewhat because it's really difficult to please me if you haven't noticed, right? But whatever. As if life is all about being pleased all the time. You're an angry man, Paul. That's what they tell me. What state are you in, Paul? Right now, I'm in a state of, as I just said, contentment and fulfillment to some extent. Very little obligations nowadays. One of them is the broadcast. I completed that today. I bathed earlier today. I made myself something to eat, and I did it, bro. I'm fucking way ahead of the game right now. I'm stacking wins. I'm like Wes Watson of the Western corridor, you know? Like I already fucking like look at me go, man. I already showered today. I already ate something and did a fucking broadcast. Who's better than me? That's the question. Nobody. Hugh Jassall. Thanks, Paul. Be more Ingsock? What does that say? Very tiny. Very tiny. This screen is very tiny. Not a good screen. Not good. This text. Yeah. Save all the thanks. Then I have to tell you, show me, don't tell me, right? So, and again, that doesn't mean contributions and support exclusively. That means doing and being, right? You know, like I said, creating, co-creating, bringing some content to the broadcast, have an interaction, you know, getting it on record, bearing witness and testimony to inspire the rest of us. Believe it or not, I get inspired back by you folks. Even the folks who get arrested and then go, Paul Unslaved told me to do this. I want to recant. I'm totally going to sign a document to get out of this. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. Paul Unslaved did this. We're inspired by that. We're entertained by that. Even if it comes down on me at some point, even if it reflects badly on me or gets me brought to a detention center, you know, whatever. So yeah, like you got a list of folks, they come here, they get on the thing every day, they go, thank you, Paul, thank you, we appreciate you, we appreciate you. And then at some point I have to go, show me, don't tell me. Create some content, bring it here, you know, and re-inspire me, contribute, support, reach out to me. Let's do an event. Let's create something. Let's be a part of something. That's how you show that you're appreciative, right? It's easy for everyone. I appreciate you. We appreciate me. Right? Show me, don't tell me. You know, we got to be from the show me state. He asked me what state I'm from. I'm from the show me state. You know, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean contributing and supporting to me directly. It means contributing and supporting to I am that am and what that is and what it stands for and creating the experience, right? Brian O'Shea has been somebody who's contributed in various ways. Doesn't have to be about physical or monetary value, right? I'm inspired by him. I'm entertained by him. We've gotten some clips of him with the cops. He's gotten some experience with the courts, and he inspires others to potentially do the same. And there's a list of people. Julian is another one, right? John from John's Take, another one. There's really so many to list and mention here, right? I don't want to mention some and leave others out, but so yeah, myriad ways to contribute and support to show that you're thankful and appreciative. And the most important is, I'd say, live unslaved, right? Live free, question the false authorities, and let's start to bring about the spirit of the law in the way that we live and be and how we communicate, right? Let's bring that forth and be the example. That's how we all show appreciation, not only to I am that am, but to the universal simulation, the creation itself, right? That's how you get on record as thankful and grateful and appreciative, right? Who we are and what we do. Okay. Blessing to contributors and supporters. Blessings to haters as well, because they probably need them more than anybody. I may need them back. I damn sure need them back. So don't give out, or you got to give out what you want to get back, right? Isn't that how it works? So much love, and all that jazz coming at you from the belly of the beast. Where's that TW? Coming at you from the belly of the beast. Peace. All right, I'm back in 4 days or so. Who knows when? Paul Unfallible on the way out, starring Brian O'Shea, I believe. See, it's synchronistic. Yeah, bye. And
I'm more than happy to take a peek at the title if you're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but that's my thing. I'm not trying to give up
My fault.
information.
I just thought you said you were willing to show it.
Right. It's important to get every single person and piece of property registered and identified with a state of and a corporate entity. We just gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
Questions like why I do what I do, why I am the person I am, and how you can't see that by coming up to a man and trying to identify him. Like a piece of plastic doesn't identify me. That's not me. I am me.
Why do we all pretend like it's better to exchange little plastic pieces to pretend that means anything about who I am that am is, or what I am that am, or what it's connected to? Better yet, right? So that is the greatest resource and source of order and co-creation. The little plastic pieces don't do it any justice.
This is like my personal journey.
Dude, it's crazy because if you would have just given me your name,
If you guys would adjust, right? This is your logic. This is the logic of a tyrant, right? This is the logic of a horrible parent. This is the logic of an authoritarian everywhere. If you would have just did everything that we told you and asked you, we wouldn't try to make your life harder and do loss, injury, and harm to you. That is the rallying cry of tyrants everywhere from the beginning of time. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life. All you teachers, all you parents, all you authoritarians, all you false prophets, you don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life at the expense of rolling up your sleeves and doing harm, like the Tao says. All you subjective moralists, all you solipsists, who you and your dogma is the only thing in creation that actually exists that you can confirm.
But say, if I would have just complied, if I would have just done what she wanted, maybe that would be better for me. Nah, if you would just maybe listen to what I'm saying, maybe it would be better for you. Maybe, just maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this to people. Maybe you're like security guard for someone you don't even know. You're a security force for an invisible entity. You're working for, you don't know, you might be working for the devil.
Stop telling other motherfuckers who may be born and may be meant to be here at this time to influence all of us to do better and be better and have better, to just stop and just shut up and just go away. You're ahead of the game. No, fuck that. It's called free expression. It's called getting really real with ourselves and each other. It's called gambling, cosmic gambling on the truth and on faith. You didn't just hear him? You didn't just hear him? He said he's waiting for the day, just like I am, when they actually can show me that they can hurt me.
Just so you know, you should be cooperative in that way. Does that make sense?
But see, we can disagree.
That you have.
To submit, comply, and obey. I don't have a responsibility to submit and comply and obey to you guys. I don't. I have an authority to God, and I have an authority to my spirit. Like, so you guys, it doesn't matter what you guys do. Like I said, you guys could take me to jail. I only get better and level up from this stuff. You guys have never hurt me yet. I'm waiting to see when you guys can hurt me. When you guys take me to jail, when you guys try to do something to hurt me, it never works. You guys never teach me a lesson. You guys are never going to come up to my car and say, and then later on be like, okay, I'm going to give you the ID this time because I went to jail that time. I'm telling you guys, man, and this ain't just about me and my dirty ass in this car. I'm speaking a truth that's beyond me in this fucking car and my goofy presentation.
All right. So, Mr. No Name, we're gonna go with it. I want you to know what we legally are allowed to do, and then I want to proceed with what we're going to. And today we're gonna serve you by just calling it good as is and leave it alone and hope we don't have any later run-ins. How's that sound?
You guys do, all three of you, like your energy, like I deal with officers in situations like this, and our people do too. Like I mess with your energy. Like, even though you guys, we might not be connected, like you guys could do things to me. Like, even the language, like we could like cause loss, injury, and harm to you, but we're just not going to. That's how it is to me and my people.
It's us enforcing the laws thereof. Yes.
Right, but we as human beings to one another,
yeah.
Like we all come from families, we're all brothers and sisters. Right. That's the kind of how I looked at it. Like we don't even get along with our own families a lot. So we're at the dinner table and we're having a discussion about something. That's how I look at it. And you guys are saying we can legally do this, we can legally do that, but we got to get back to the spirit of our gut instincts. It doesn't matter what's on all these papers.
You guys are like
anyways,
weekend, dude.
Can you tell my partner?
I mean, I don't care if I go to get arrested tonight, bro, but you guys are just weekend, dude.